hall to be full. And I hope next time you will mobilize, or from this dialogue, you will reach out so many other people to take interest. So with those remarks, I wish all of you and many to come valuable deliberations today. And I look forward to a successful dialogue today and thereafter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. I did not hear the hand clap. Let's utilize our hands. Aha. Now, I'm going to welcome someone from Uganda Women's Network to also give us introductory remarks before we head on to the next activity. Let's clap for her as she comes. She will introduce herself to us.
Good morning, everyone. Am I short or is the mic too long? Yes, this is fine. Yes, please allow me to take off my mask. I hope everyone is well. My name is Norris Linda Nachimbugwe. I'm working with Uganda Women's Network as the Policy and Advocacy Officer. I'm going to start with, as we see, there is a presentation on the 16 days of activism. Before we start, I would like to ask two volunteers. Two. I want to balance the gender. One a female, one a male. Any two volunteers? Anyone? Yes? Oh, and the one standing up there, yes. Please stand up. The two volunteers that we have. Yes, I would like to ask each and every single one of you, maybe I'll start with a lady. Please introduce yourself. My name is yes. Thank you. And the gentleman?
Your presentation. Yes. Before we introduce our network project and all that, I don't know.
Okay, you can introduce. I'm going to call.
You want to do what?
I'm going to make the presentation. Sorry, make the presentation.
First, before.
You're going to present.
No. Someone must introduce this. I mean, like giving official remarks, then you will give a presentation.
Oh, okay. I'm going to give to present.
Okay.
I need to just say a small thing and say, okay, you're going to first do my presentation.
No, I'm just going to introduce one net and the project. You just first finish what you're doing. Then your presentation will come later.
Yes, back to you, ladies. I just wanted to find out what are your expectations for today. Maybe I'll start with a lady. Thank you so much for sharing. You can have your seat. And then the gentleman.
My expectation from this sharing, this focus, this organization is as simple as it says. We are talking about gender-based violence. Okay, the gender means male or female. So, we are talking about violence based on gender differences. So, my first expectation is how, because the laws are there, we are there, but the violence is still ongoing. So, I expect to get the how part, how we are to enforce them, how we are to fight this thing. And above all, I expect utmost equity and equality in gender. Yeah, as we can all see, there are more females here than men already. Okay? That's significant. But of course, they are the most vulnerable. And the Bible also states it, they are a weaker gender. So I want to see how we can, us as men, support this gender to pursue, but without forgetting the boy child. Because if we do that, we shall have in years to come another conference with the boy child. Because we are also being disturbed by homosexuals and even big ladies. Yeah. So I expect that, and I'm very sure it is why we are all here. Thank you very much. Musasi's Biblia is my name. Be blessed.
Thank you very much. If she's ready to have that other chance.
Thank you very much. My expectations are how we, the community of Uganda Christian University, even outside the Christian University, our homes, our communities, how we come together to help those people who are being violated, whether they're men or female, because very many people are being violated and they cannot speak up. They don't have a platform where they can go to, but if I as a student from here, I go to my home community and I start up that platform for them where they can speak up, and we find a way forward of how we can help them.
Thank you so much for sharing. I think on that note, after they've shared the expectations, I would like to call up Niwahereza Pereth to just briefly let us know about ONET. I just wanted to fill the room. What are your expectations and all of that? But I'll invite up Pereth to come. Thank you.
Where are the hands? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I would love to first apologize for having come late because this was supposed to start at 9, but because of rain and other inconveniences, we were unable to reach here in time. My name is Pereth Niwahereza. I work with Uganda Women's Network as the program officer under the Women Economic Empowerment Department. I came with a team. She's one of them. She's called Norris Linda, our advocacy officer. And then Sissy, you're going to stand up and wave to us. She's our internee at ONET. And then our keynote speaker, she's called Anne. You're going to welcome her during her time. And then the team behind, the one for our camera and social media. Angela, if you don't mind, wave to us. So I want to thank you for sparing your time, because really without you we cannot work. I thank Derek and his organization team. Thank you for putting this together. I know it takes a lot of effort, and we have been on this since I don't know how long, maybe 2-3 weeks ago. But because that day is now and you're all here and you're looking so amazing, I am so, so thankful. We are in 16 days of activism, and we all know, if I'm not mistaken, and they started yesterday, and then they run up to 10th December. So as ONET, we are running a number of activities during the campaign. So this particular activity, it is under our new project funded by Horizon T3000 and ADC, Austrian Development Corporation. It is titled Her Choice, Her Right. It is fine. The project is titled Her Choice, Her Right. We're doing a project inception in Zombo, and one of the participants asked me that, are you sure every choice of hers is right? So if you really heard me properly, Her Choice, Her Right, what do you understand by that title? I can have a volunteer to. Her choice, her right.
So what do we understand by that?
Thank you very much. My name is Diana Navimanya, and her choice, her right. I think it means women have the right to make choices, regardless of what society and the government thinks of those choices.
Thank you. That's very correct. Any other person? Okay, there is a gentleman behind.
Good morning, everyone. What I understand by her choice, her right means is simply that since we have all rights to freedom of speech and all that, we ought to hear one another's voice out and respect it. If a girl child says no, a no remains a no. If she says yes, a yes remains a yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you for your suggestion. So her choice, her right, really. Like she said, everybody has a right to choose, whatever they want, regardless of the society, what it wants. Because we look at sexual gender-based violence, for example, when it comes to, let's say, family planning, and then women in those villages, they have no right. They have no right to have any family planning method of their choice. And perhaps even when they go for one, their husbands, they deny them. They go and remove, I don't know, whatever they've put in their bodies. Anyway, that is not the case for today. So this project is being implemented in 4 districts. That is Kasese, Zombo, Namayingo, and Uyende. However, we shall have national engagements like these ones that are targeting students. The moderator, the first person who spoke, said UNET has been in UCU since 2018. That is very true. And of course, we are here to stay because really students are our champions as UNET and the work we do. Yeah. And then targeting young people, really, it is our main core as UNET. So whoever doesn't know UNET, I don't know, but UNET is a women's rights organization that is based in Kampala. It works as a network. It has a network of 21 member organizations and 9 individuals. So it does work around advocacy, it does work around capacity building, research, knowledge management, sharing, and learning. We have been in existence since 1993, up to date. So that marks like 27 years or 26. For this program, I ask for the maximum attention. We are going to have a few presentations here and there, then we shall have a plenary. And then thereafter, we shall close that day. So not to take much of your time, I want to thank you. I want us to look smart in our t-shirts, although the weather is so bad. Yeah. And then we shall have nice pictures and all that. So thank you. Let me welcome Derek again.
Can we give her a very big hand clap? Yeah, Dr. Mulindwa, about the numbers, we chose to only have 100 participants given our situation currently and being in the new normal. But we are also having this engagement on our social media platforms where many of the students and other stakeholders are following the program. So we decided to have 100 in all for the sake of social distance and also managing numbers, given also our security situation in the country. So those were our welcome remarks from Uganda Women's Network. I'm now going to invite my friend. She was already up front asking for our expectations to come and continue with her presentation. And after her presentation, we shall have our break tea. Those who have come in, please, maybe during the break, the break period, you can still go and verify. We are going to give t-shirts, but we are still finishing up with our registration and verification exercise because we registered a team of 100 participants and we need those 100 people. Then also with experience, we have sample, we've given t-shirts in the past and they disappear, they pass there and go, you think they've gone for shortcut. I'm not saying you people. But I want to assure us we shall all have a t-shirt and something else as maybe the communications will go on. So you're most welcome. Let's clap for her as she comes around to talk to us about the 16 days of activism. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for having me again. I would like to request for the presentation to be laid out. So I would like to believe that we all know about 16 days of activism. Is that a correct assumption or no? Correct? I can see this and this. But okay, I'll explain more about 16 days of activism. So this is just us having a dialogue together. We have objectives for the 16 days of activism, awareness, and then, okay, it's up there. So it's to raise awareness about SGBV in and around the universities. Do we know what SGBV is? Yes? Sexual, gender-based violence, for those that do not know, in and around universities. And also it's to enhance our knowledge and skills of young women and men in institutions of higher learning to prevent, respond to SGBV, right? If we do not know that I'm being abused, then there is no way we are going to fight this. So if we have information, if we have knowledge of what it's all about, when someone does something, then I know that this that they're doing is not okay. And then it's to amplify voices and experiences of women and girls in higher institutions on issues of sexual, gender-based violence, right? Because some of us may go and we are suffering silently. It's like a silent killer, you know, because maybe it's embarrassing to talk about. Maybe it has taken away my self-esteem. So this is to amplify voices of those that are actually suffering silently. And then, what are the expected outcomes of this campaign? So there should be commitments towards ending this illness. It's an illness. Different people should commit to how are we going to bring this to an end? How are we going to prevent it from happening, right? And then sharing real life experiences and lessons and challenges documented for continued interventions towards addressing SGBV in higher institutions. So if there are experiences that are shared, if there are different documents that are shared, then, you know, we talk about evidence-based advocacy. You cannot talk about and go and advocate about something that you have no knowledge about. So this is to provide documentation for us, experiences for us that can be used to further address the issues that we are facing. Let's go to the next slide. So, yes. So understanding 16 days of activism. Who knows about 16 days? Who can confidently talk about it? Who can explain to me just in a few sentences what it means? Anyone? Any volunteers? People are looking like this, like this. Anyone who can confidently say in one sentence what it's all about? There is no wrong or right answer anyway, that's why I'm here. Anyone? Are we shy?
There's a hand there. Let's take the microphone.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Aichiza Adams, year 2, law school. The 16 Days of Activism is a campaign that is an international campaign that runs from the 25th November, usually 16 days. And all around the world, this campaign is taken up to majorly address the injustices and gender-based violence against women, girls, and men all around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we give him a hand clap? Thank you. He briefly summarized it. So the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence campaign is observed annually. That means each year this campaign runs, and it runs from the 25th of November to the 10th of December. And then it usually is a call for action for all stakeholders in their different capacities: international communities, governments, development partners, civil societies, private sector, religious, cultural institutions, local communities, to raise awareness on GBV prevalence, reflect on the strategies for prevention response, and how to end it. So it's done every single year. And then, okay. I was about to ask you if anyone knows about the theme, but the theme for this year is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women. One more question. Why is it Orange the World? Does anyone know what orange means? Why is it Orange the World? Any volunteers? Do we wonder why it's called Orange the World? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Yes, as we can see, orange is a color of Libra. Yes, you can all see from the slide. So orange is like a bright future. It's bright without pain, without hurt, and it's a bright color, as you can see, orange. So it kind of shows someone being free from all forms of pain, from all forms of hurt, and that's why it's Orange the World. So the 2021 global theme for the campaign is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. So it echoes the urgency to address the increasing cases of GBV during the COVID-19 pandemic era. The theme calls for deliberate efforts from all various stakeholders to bring GBV during and after the COVID-19 era to an end. So we are talking about GBV. Do we all know what gender-based violence is? Do we know, because we could be talking about GBV, but actually some of us don't even know what it is. Do we know what it means, gender-based violence? Yes? One person to let me know what they think about gender-based violence, to them what it means. Anyone? Any? Yes?
My name is Esad Solomon, LLB. Gender-based violence simply means the discrimination among the gender, both the male and the female, and it goes deep down through other people, like those that are unable to walk, stuff like that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, someone else?
Yes, I will not differentiate so much from him, but because of the first letter, we go sexual. So this brings in sexual exploitation. This has been mostly evidenced with the girl child. You go for employment, we need a carpet interview. You go for, maybe you want a place somewhere, they want sex. At work, bosses, you want maybe to get a bigger position, they ask for sex. So it's sex-based, okay? So this is discrimination-based. Yeah, even some men will tell you, my boss asked me, but for us men, we are usually shy. How do you go and start saying, like, they forced me to, you get? But For the ladies, it is believable and it is acceptable, but on our side, even I think you can see the levels of rape, they'll ask you how. So, it is so much of sexual and sexual exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we had this lady over here.
Hello, my name is Chipchak Sarah Inid. What I understand about gender-based violence is it's not only physical, but it's actually mental. And we find that very many people who are affected get into places where they are very low, they lose their self-esteem, they find it hard to contribute to what is going on in society. And most cases, if it's mental, people don't get to know, people don't actually help out. It's hard for such people to come out. Yes, that's maybe what I can add.
Thank you. Yes, one more and then.
Hello, my name is Lule Eria, and I'm from the Standard. When we talk about GBV, all of them are right, but I believe GBV doesn't necessarily based on the problem is we look at it in the sexual part, but it is basically physical and mental, whereby people are battered, they are beaten, people are harassed in some or the other, and the other thing, people are psychologically tortured. If I can give a small scenario, the Honors College, there is a lady called, I'm forgetting her name, but she carried out a research from some students there at Bishop Stage in primary, but those young children will give their experiences which were actually mental, of how they were harassed, not physically but mentally, and it had a big trauma, it caused trauma to them for a period of time. So they needed this person to talk to, where Dr. Mulinda will come in, and they didn't have that person. So I believe GBV doesn't not only create physical harm, but also mental harm, which in that due course causes trauma to the victim. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. I see one burning hand behind. Maybe that will be the last one.
Hello everyone, I'm Doreen, third year mass coma. Gender violence, all of them are right, but what we have forgotten, this is violence, whether sexual, physical, mental, that is meted to someone because of their perceived or factual gender. Someone decides to subject you violence because of your gender. Let me give an example. They will say, usually in Africa we say women are the weaker sex. We have had it being said even here. So people will just come out and say, like in ATS, they would say women should not eat chicken. So that is violence meted to people because of their factual gender. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone that has shared. All of you are right. So GBV is multifaceted. We cannot say it's this way or that way, but it happens in very many dimensions. So we actually had an opportunity to speak to some of our team members. Can we move to the next slide? And they had to share what they thought about GBV. These are some of the things they shared. One said, I would say that it's inflicting of pain onto a woman, whether physically, emotionally, psychologically, or sexually. And then another one shared that violence against women is multifaceted. It is denying women equal opportunities socially, politically, and economically. And then another shared, for as long as someone is doing something that alters a woman's peace, then it becomes a form of violence towards women. So even though we are talking about women, this is an issue that cuts across, but usually always affects the most vulnerable. So gender-based violence is a manifestation of deeply rooted gender discriminations affecting the vulnerable groups such as women, children, persons with disabilities, and the older people. So violence against women deprives women of their ability to enjoy fundamental freedoms and represents a substantial obstacle to equality between women and men. So this is something that is not just someone battering you. At times it's psychological. It's the words someone says. At times, I know there are incidences. I don't know if, I believe most girls can relate. You're walking downtown, and then this guy starts saying, "Sister says yange." It's small things like those that we don't even realize. Why is someone saying that? That's violence. Because what right do they have to say something like that? So at times, these are things we experience, and we don't even realize they are happening to us. Right? At times, it's someone saying something that infringes, it makes you feel very uncomfortable or touches you in a way that's not appropriate, and it makes you feel funny about yourself. So these are things that are, it's full of many dimensions. So according to the annual report, let's move to the next slide. According to the annual crime report 2022, we saw that there were 17,664 cases of domestic violence, followed by defilement with 14,134 cases, and threatening violence with 10,844 cases. So we can see that the issues of violence are really skyrocketing, and they became worse during the time of lockdown. Because now you're locked down with the people that are really committing these crimes. Then it escalated. You can't go anywhere. You're stuck. So as we can see, I'm not going to break down the stats or the numbers, but we can see that the cases have really been high, especially during COVID-19. So we can see that this violence actually is not only violence, but has very bad impact. So we can see that the violence has, at times it can lead to death committed by homicides or even suicide. Someone is not feeling that they are worthy anymore to live because they feel like, how can this happen to me? So they end their lives. And then others, it may lead to unwanted pregnancies, sexually transmitted diseases, and then it can also lead to poor health. Some people are battered and they break bones, and then their body aches and injuries, and then they cover them up because they feel like, oh, how is this person going to see me when they see this bruise? And then we see that there are different mental disorders that come with it as well, such as post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depression, and that's not all. There are so many things that happen because of violence. So there are also, it's not only physical or emotional, but it also impacts on the social and economic side of life. So we see that girls may suffer in isolation because of their inability to go to school and have little or no access to health care. And this is not only for girls, because there are even boys that are abused. There are also other genders that we are talking about, the vulnerable. And then they can also be subjected to forced early marriages. If this girl is raped, then okay, the families come together. They say, you know what, I think it's time for us to start talking about, what do they call it? Dowry. Let's talk about dowry. Let's not take it to the community. It's very embarrassing for this girl to say she was raped, you know. Then it's kept in and this person suffers. Then they're forced to get married because they were raped, and they're subjected to child labor as well, you know. And then because of the bad systems that we have been exposed to, violence against women and girls manifests in juvenile delinquencies. So we see some people at times, because they're afraid, at times people are subjected to violence in such a way that they have to beg for certain items, and if they can't get them, then someone is forced to steal, you know. So all these things, these are just a few of the things that we've shared. Yes? Yes.
That can include the Mnet, the men. You realize these days we have divorce, distorted marriage, bad relationships, because we've concentrated so much on the girl child, leaving the male child. yet these men grow up to be dysfunctional, and they are going to marry the girls and the women that you have taken time to nurture and to help to overcome these psychological, physical, and emotional traumas. So, is there a way that we can find to include these men so that they be part of it? Like now here, when they announced that this seminar is here, most of the men or the gentlemen, they thought it's only for girls, yet they also did it so much. So if you help us and start including the men, or even come up with something for the men, we shall be so grateful. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much for that. When we were making invitations, we didn't say 3/4 females, 1/4 males. No. It was an open invitation. So yes, we do engage the males as well. Uwanit is a women's organization. However, we do have male engagement as well. So we are not discriminative in how we are doing this, because we're not saying bring 3/4 females, but as you said, they thought maybe this is so there is also a need for mindset change, and this is something that is also something that is being worked on as we are going. You understand? So we did not choose and say, oh, this is coming, this person is coming, this one is coming. No. Yes. Thank you so much. I think without taking more time, I would like to bring this presentation to an end. And yes, I wish you a great day and fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
A very big hand clap. So maybe a question to think about. Are women a weaker gender, or the men are weaker? Wanji? Oh, we shall react later, but thank you very much. Let's give her another big hand of applause for that wonderful presentation about the orange. They said orange is a color for what? Liberation. So I think we need to liberate or be liberated from all forms of gender-based violence. But at most, we are tackling sexual. Gender-based what? Some use sex for marks or to bribe their way through something. Wanji? Others will also use it for something else, for their own benefits. But also some people take advantage of that to abuse the rights of many people, including the gentlemen. My brother said sometimes we are shy to come out. We want to show that we are the what? Strong gender. Oh, we shall be in trouble one day. So let's keep, I think let's break off for break tea. And after our break tea, we shall have our keynote speaker come and take over. But before our keynote speaker, we shall have someone that I will introduce to us who will have a very small poem in preparation for the presentation of our keynote speaker. So I'm going to pray, and then we shall go for our break tea. And I'm very sure we have our coupons, right? Yeah, someone called Paul. Where is Paul? Put up your hand. Where is Paul? We'll be right there to help us in that area. So let's pray. Father, we thank you for the gift of this new day, for this opportunity and for this dialogue. Father, for even the breakfast that is before us, we pray that you'll bless and sanctify it. As we partake of it, we get the strength to do your will. For in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So we are having a small break of about 10 to 15 minutes. It can be even a working breakfast. So no whistle. Let's go there, and our panelists and visitors, please, we shall walk right there. And maybe some of us will join them after they serve themselves. Thank you very much. Timothy would have some soft music as we... Thank you. For those who had not yet registered, just feel free. Go and see gift over there. And ensure you have your coupon also and join the table for breakfast. There are some friends who had spoken to me, but because we needed to be so organized and to ensure we don't inconvenience the speakers. So just register so quickly, and please let's be quick with breakfast because we need to manage our time well. Thank you. So like 5-5, pass via Paul's place. Please make sure you see Paul before you go to table for your break tea. Yeah, and have your coupon with you. Yeah, make sure you see Paul. And if you don't have a coupon, please just go and register. It means you haven't registered. Thank you. If you have no coupon, it means you haven't registered. So make sure you register. Thank you. Let's be a little quicker with our breakfast. I'm seeing the table is stagnant. I don't know what is happening. Yeah, let's be a little quick to redeem our time and we use it well. Dorothy. I think we are now proceeding. Due to interest of time, we are going to have a working breakfast. The ones still getting tea, please just feel free. You can just have your cup and something to eat and come and sit down. So I will invite Dorothy to give us guidance on what is next, because I believe at least 70% of us have got something to eat and drink. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming once again. So we are going in for a poem from Masingano. And after that, we shall have our keynote speaker for the day's session.
A hand of applause to Edwin. He's giving us a poem.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I hope all of you are fine, so I won't waste a lot of time. But we are going to have a poem. It's on sexual violence. But before we can have the poem, I'd like us to get into a small engagement. Orange is basically the freedom that will come. So, I don't know how to sing though, but we shall try. So we're going to try. Freedom, freedom, freedom is coming home. Can we try that all together? Okay. Freedom, freedom, freedom is coming home. All right. Once again. Freedom, freedom, freedom is coming home. So that's the freedom that is coming home if we work together. All right. Sound, please. So I'm going to do a piece from my book. It's the first piece in my book, Omwala Sanyu, my first poetry publication that is on sale. Thank you very much. It's called Men and Women at Work. It was written for a 2-for-1 campaign. I'm a 2020 2-for-1 finalist against gender-based violence. So enjoy that piece. This year, men and women will speak to you, Mr. Lecturer, that thinks that my sister's pants store some red pen that marks her grades. In that husky and unfiltered voice of yours, you gladly say, it will only be this one time. Her first experience ruined for her fear to disappoint a fleet of village mates drowns her judgment. She concedes defeat of a battle she never even fought. She bleeds. She bleeds on your desk, and you, rusty rapist, have the guts to tell her to clean up her mess. And to you, border man, whistling your sexual arrogancy and misconduct, this girl threw your greedy mouth for a kiss. Webereremu omwana muwe ku kitiibwa anti woba olaba kisaanidde kale kigambe maama wo. And to you, Askari, insisting to touch her bottoms in disguise of searching her for bombs. Oh please, did the conj give you some tips that bombs are hidden in my sister's pants? And when she becomes uncomfortable, you shout out loud, me, I'm a married man, come and I check your body. If only you respected her, you would rather not. Wait a minute. Is your marriage even her concern? And to you, her classmates, boys and men she calls brothers, a place she should be calling home. Stop it. The way you look at her moving and you start to utter out words. Mpako nawe. Now we say what you had. Boy, you disgust my gender. But well, if you cannot find it in your heart to stop, maybe the prisons will stop you. What did he say? He said he was only human. Only human to these sexual predators. No does not sound like a yes, and stop does not mean keep going. Where they press and muffle screams, where force seems justifiable because, oh well, it was one time. Oh, she's a whore. Or she always asks for it. Where monsters are closer than enemies, where force seems justifiable, where shame lingers after rounds, where fear rises in dark corners and in the minds of intoxicated girls, because no one can trust anyone. Always has been, always will be, or will it? Can women just be women, not sex objects, not an end goal? Can men be men, not sexual predators, not entitled and encroaching, not assuming and beholding? Quote me. This is not a men are trash poem. This is a poem to warn those male sexual predators. Respect manhood. Thank you. Thank you so much. For those that would want to purchase my poetry book, I will be around. I'm also Tanzania President UCU currently, and we have a session in N5A today. 7, you can come by. Thank you.
A hand of applause. Whoever remembers that poem, even one line, you have 10,000 shillings from me. Especially the Ascari's line, because he's married. Hey! So we shall also have a testimony. Some people want to tell us some things they go through, and they boldly want to speak out. Hello? Yeah. So Dorothy, may I have stopped there?
No. That's Carrie's line. Should I go on?
No.
Okay, thank you so much, Masingano, for that poem. It was so valid because most of you know what you go through at the gate and any other place, you know, that he says. And anyways, we are going to have our keynote speaker for today's session on strengthening prevention and response to sexual gender-based violence in universities.
A hand of applause as she comes up.
Thank you so much.
I know we have chapati in the hands, but please let's...
Please welcome her. Clap for her.
Aha.
Thank you so much, Derek, and I didn't get the other name, and Dorothy, D&D. Thank you so much for welcoming us. My name is Anne Nasamula. I work with Center for Domestic Violence Prevention. I'm proud to say that we are also a member organization of Uganda Women's Network, which is WONET, so I'm not here by mistake. So I'm a member of WONET. I'm going to request that my presentation is projected so that we can start from there. As it's being projected, I'm glad to be here. I'm always happy to speak to, I call you young people, because you're still young. You look young. You look young, you look beautiful, you look energetic. Please clap for yourselves. Not everyone that is young looks young. I've had a chance to be here before, I think in 2018, when the program was starting, and I'm also happy to be back here. I've talked, or I've given speeches, or I've moderated. I have empowered young men and women in very many universities. But I'm glad to say that UCU is a very special university. Very organized, very disciplined, and you have your key objectives that you always follow, and you have goals. So please keep it up. Okay. I'm still waiting for my presentation to be projected. And just like Dorothy said, we are going to see how to sustain, how to strengthen prevention and response of sexual gender-based violence. I've had a chance to have a word or two with Doctor and the guild president, and there are key insightful things that they have also told me that I'll also add to the presentation. Okay, maybe we can have a music interlude as we wait for the oh, there it is. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so the previous poet, I didn't get your name. Edwin? Edwin. Okay, so Edwin was just speaking about the presentation, but in a more poetic way. So I'm glad that at least you gave us an opener into the presentation. So this one, we are going to look at what he was talking about. He said, in his presentation, he was saying, allow women or girls to be girls and also boys to be boys. Are we together? And now also this speaks to my body every day, everywhere. Allow the women to have their bodies every day, everywhere. Is that the case? Young ladies, are you allowed to have your bodies every day, everywhere? We'll see. The most majority are saying no. So we'll see. It's your body. But you know someone is saying, ebintu byange or size yange, meaning my property. There was that famous annoying song of My Woman, My Property. Did you hear about it? And many of us were dancing to it. So we are someone's property. Your body is supposed to be yours, but it's someone's. So we are going to see all that. Next slide, please. So, in the previous presentation, we had gender-based violence, and many of you described gender-based violence as harm or threat. It could be physical, it could be economic, social, emotional, sexual rather, that is intended to hurt the other person or intended to control, to keep the other person in the control of the other. So, here we are again. Gender-based violence, we've added sexual gender-based violence. What do you know about sexual gender-based violence? What have you heard about sexual gender-based violence in your own understanding? By show of hands, Derek, I'll request that you move around with the microphone. And Perez, do you think there are gifts that we can give people that answer a few questions? Do you have t-shirts?
Yeah, let's clap our hands for gifts. You've heard about gifts.
Eh? I'm just requesting for 2 t-shirts. Just 2 t-shirts.
Can we avail, which colors?
Because I believe in rewarding.
You want the liberation color and something else? I'll get another color. 2 different colors, maybe a white one.
Okay, so
like
since I only asked for 2 t-shirts, I would only get 2 hands. Or I'll only pick 2 hands. The first one is there, a lady behind a gentleman. Just there. What have you heard about sexual gender-based violence?
Thank you so much. My name is Ahewa Ketra. And as our sister had earlier on stated when we were asking about gender-based violence, she majorly talked about the sexual bit of it, that there is a sex that has been prioritized into that at the end of the day, if you're going to get work, you have to sleep down, as someone had said, for that work that you have to get. So we look at it as someone would take it as an advantage because you have no other choice but to give in to yourself so that you get what you want. So they use the vulnerable people, and mainly I would say women and also young girls, even at campus here, that at the end of the day, if you wanted not to get a retake, or if you wanted some more marks, or you wanted a remark over paper, lecturer will tell you, we have to, let's look for other means so that you get the marks. Or they call it at their homes and stuff like that. So because you're vulnerable, you have no other choice but to give in.
Thank you so much. She has mentioned the vulnerability in that, and that's the vulnerability of women, but also she has mentioned that it's something sexual in nature. violence that is sexual in nature. Any other person? Thank you so much. Any other person? What comes to your mind when you hear the word sexual gender-based violence? There are 4 words: sexual gender-based violence.
Good morning, everyone. I'm by the names of Rita Kayaga. According to me, this gender-based sexual violence, like it can also be done in families whereby like our relatives also violate us, whereby a dad can violate a child or a mother can violate either a boy child. So according to me, it's only like based like on our day-to-day life as friends. Even in hospitals it can happen. Everywhere. In schools, hospitals, like even the people like we interact with. Like okay, for example, like we women, we say that we are the most vulnerable people affecting this. But basing on the boy child, like we can be there at home, we leave our kids with the maid. So before you go to work, you don't know what is happening. Like now a child cannot come to you as the parent, either the dad or a mother, to explain that I'm being violated in this and this way. So at the end of the day, by the time you get to understand what's going on, once like actually it has gone so wild. That's according to me.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that 2 people that have given submissions deserve t-shirts. The last speaker has told us about who the possible perpetrators are, or the possible people that will abuse or that will sexually abuse. But she has also gone ahead to mention that it may not only happen in schools, like she said previously, but it may happen in homes by the people that we know or the people that we trust. Okay, so I'll just give you a few things that I have heard about sexual violence or sexual gender-based violence. So one of the greatest barriers that women and girls face in universities is sexual violence and intimate partner violence. Right in the beginning, we had that gender-based violence is economical, it's physical, which includes beating, economical. We've had cases, when I was in Makerere, someone told me that she had a boyfriend who told her to give him her ATM card. And the ATM card, the boyfriend was meant to plan for them. You know, because I'm not so sure if you as a girl, you can control the finances. Give me your ATM card so that we can be able to control the finances together. But we also know that that's economic violence. So there are very many forms in universities. There is economic, there is physical, beating, physical assault, and very many things like that. There is also emotional. Anything that is physical, economical, or emotional or sexual is definitely, it affects the brain, not so? So it's also emotional. But the reason why we are looking at sexual gender-based violence in the universities is because it was proved that it's the greatest barrier for the women and girls. It's one of the greatest forms of violence that the women and girls face, and also among the intimate partners, it's one of the greatest forms of violence. This can come from strangers, just like she mentioned, places of entertainment, but also from lecturers. Most of you have mentioned that. Hostel staff, members of the university administration, boyfriends, and other students from the university, as we'll be seeing. Next slide, please. Now, I want us to understand when we say what is sexual violence exactly? What does it entail? So sexual violence is defined as an expression, whether the act is physical or psychological in nature, that is committed, threatened, or attempted against a person without the person's consent. So this could be either verbal, it could be implied. You know, someone does something but they imply, it's implied sexual violence. It could be physical, like, you know, rape is a physical form of sexual violence. But remember, so long as this is done without the person's consent, without the person saying yes, then that is sexual violence. So it includes forms like sexual assault. Sexual assault, you can take, for example, rape. Sexual harassment, we'll see what sexual harassment is. Stalking, we've had cases of stalking where you know you're not interested in someone, but every time when you enter a lecture room, They will try to write to you letters. These days they don't write letters. Sorry, I was going into ATS. Send you WhatsApp messages. Even when you tell them, you know what, I'm not interested, but still they'll say, you know, a girl's no means a what? Yes, they'll constantly send you messages, love messages. They'll constantly throw words to you, and to them they'll think that it's, they are complimenting you. And yet it's actually sexual violence. Indecent exposure, and also sexual exploitation. Sex exploitation is when someone, for example, we've had cases, internet sexual exploitation, where girls are made to pose for nude pictures, and then their nude pictures are taken somewhere for them, the benefit of that person benefiting economically. But you know, the victim does not benefit in any way. So there is also sexual exploitation. So it is critical to acknowledge that sexual violence happens when any sexual encounter or activity happens to the victim without the consent of the victim. So long as you're not in consent of the sex, let me say that, or the sexual act, then that is sexual violence. Sexual violence is a crime and it's punishable. That's what you should know. We have the Penal Code Act of Uganda, and also universities have come up with codes of conduct. I was talking to Doctor and also the guild president, and they were telling me that there are documents within the different policies in the university in UCU where codes of conduct on sexual harassment have somehow, I won't say somehow, codes of conduct have been put in place. And actually the university staff, including the teaching and non-teaching staff, and also the university students should sign and abide by. So if you did not know that at least you have some protection when it comes to sexual harassment, or something to guide you. Next slide, please. So, have you heard of any forms of sexual violence that girls at the university face? We just mentioned some. Just give us examples here that you've heard about. It may not be only in UCU, it could be somewhere else from your friends from other universities. Any form or any type of sexual violence that girls in the university experience. Derek will need the microphone.
I have it here.
There is a hand there.
I've heard of spreading nudes for girls. Like, okay, of girls. They spread their nudes around the social media and other. My name is Binta Kemijisha.
Thank you.
Yeah, you please tell us your names before you submit. It is so important.
My name is Grace Sasha, and I do law, year 2. I think one of such situations is rape of the girls. For example, in situations whereby you go to a club or wherever, and then somehow you are drunk. Yes, so you are in this place with this person, and then they, take advantage of your unconscious state, and then without consent, decide to take advantage of you, and that amounts to rape.
Taking advantage when you're intoxicated.
I'm Auma Cynthia Blessing, a student of law, year 2.
Please speak a little bit.
I'm Auma Cynthia Blessing, a student of law, year 2. I think girls are actually face a problem of sexual violence, not only through rape or something, but body shaming someone. Someone has confidence, but you limit her from walking with confidence because of body shaming them, which is not right. It makes someone lose self-esteem.
Okay. And we also know that body shaming sometimes can result into rape. It can result into sexual assault, because sometimes it's what your abusers use to belittle you or to kind of make you lose your agency and your powers. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Kamkama Desire, doing Bachelor of Entrepreneurship and Project Planning, third year. What girls of other universities except UCU they are facing? Some of them, they undergo the spirit of prostitution in a way that they exchange their bodies for money or material wealth, fancy phones, cars, everything, at the expense of their lives. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes, once again, my name is Musasizi Biblia. Now, in universities, usually there is an issue of lecturers. Okay, I haven't witnessed it here because we rarely even interact with lecturers. We do more with the tutors. But most of us, because it's both, you can be asked for a sexual favor for marks to survive a retake. We've heard of it in other universities.
But
yes.
not here.
I haven't heard of it personally, but if it's there, somebody can give a testimony. Yes, lecturers have a code of conduct and they will deal with that man, I believe. It's a Christian university. So, but my problem, I was discussing with my brother here. If a lecturer asks you for sex in return for marks, and you say yes, is it consent? And if yes, does it amount to what we are talking about?
Thank you for that question. I think there is someone taking note of that question. I know we have another session where we are going to talk about all these things.
Thank you very much. The name still is Edwin. In universities, this is more of something I've actually gotten. It's a testimony from someone. In UCU at the gate, someone's body was called vulgar.
Was called what?
Vulgar. It's not because they were indecent, but they literally said her body is vulgar and whatever she puts on makes her look indecent. Yes, I think that is a form of violence, verbal sexual abuse, because I don't think that is good for anyone.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Gavin Mugisha, and the form of sexual violence that I've actually got to hear about is about people in places of privilege. And this place of privilege does not mean leadership or anything of that sort, but just in a position where the other person is superior to you, either financially, either greater than you in year, and this in turn manipulates them to get any form of sexual advance to you. And the funny thing about this one is that you will not feel it, you know. You come and one day someone is doing this and you think it's no more because they're in a place of privilege, you know. And with that, in turn someone has sexual violence happen to them and they're so unaware that it is even violence. Yes.
Hello, I'm Namonyo Blessed, student of engineering third year. I believe the greatest form of sexual violence that girls in university face, the greatest, is psychological. I'm going to give an example that many people might not have acknowledged as a form of sexual violence. In classes, you'll find gentlemen, a group of gentlemen, betting on a particular girl who they think they are going to bed by the end of the week, or they just let me say bring up a topic about how this chick has a very, very good body compared to the rest of the people in class, and this lady is not comfortable with it. Also, these other ladies, let me say it's really very unfortunate that many people don't put it up as something really big. Another example would be, I think we talked about the people outside, the boda men, let me say the chapati sellers alongside the road. Some of them, there is a time during this week that a certain gentleman, I don't even know who it was, the statement that he mentioned, Saizi Yange, and he held my hand and I felt so disgusted. I felt so traumatized and I felt really bad about it. And I was like, someone out there is not going to feel that this is a form of sexual violence, yet it is. And another one is a very common one. It's good you mentioned the point of intimate partners. I believe most of us have had the case of a certain lady called Desire Mirembe. Apparently, I'm not very sure of the exact story, but her boyfriend tried to force her to do certain sexual acts that she did not, she didn't like.
She didn't consent to.
She didn't consent to. And this gentleman, basing on the stories, he was obsessed with her, I guess, and probably stalked her and ended up killing her. And it was very, very unfortunate. Right now, they are trying to get an appeal for her, justice and all. And I just feel like we should really put out put out word out there that psychological sexual violence is the greatest form that I believe actually all ladies here must have faced by now. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. In the interest of time, we'll just have 2 more hands. I don't know who the lucky people will be. 2 more hands. But I also know we are going to have further discussions after this.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tina Slivia, student of law. Sexual violence is not only happening in universities. We're also seeing that in different churches. There are churches that are coming up with this thing of prophets, cults, what. Always people feel like whenever I have a problem and I've tried here, there, hospital, where, the last thing that people always resort to is seeking God. And whenever they approach some of these men or who claim to be men of God, some of them go through sexual violence in different ways. Someone pretends like he's praying for you, the Holy Spirit is leading him or her, but at the end of it all, they result into other things. As they go into the things over here, counseling, what they take you privately, and it is not only outside in universities, but it's also being experienced in churches.
Okay, thank you very much. The last hand, sorry about the other people that will not get an opportunity now.
Thank you. I'm called Atahodan, LLB4. There is something I've observed. I don't know if it is sexual violence. You shall clarify it. The aspect of tribalism, where you find a Munyankole girl dating, let's say, a Musoga boy, and this Munyankole girl is being tormented by her tribesmate or her groupmate, that how do you date someone not from your clan? I don't know if it is sexual violence. Can clarify it.
Okay, I will kind of make your question broader. It's violence. I'm not going to answer, it's not like I'm answering, but also to make it broader in a way that society has started to dictate on who you should move out with in terms of your boyfriend, who you should marry. So it may not only be in terms of tribe, but also we see it in terms of religion. A staunch Muslim family will not allow a born-again Christian. Are we together? A staunch Catholic family may not allow a Muslim for you to bring a Muslim man. So still it comes back to, and we see that there is some little bit of flexibility when it comes to, when a man decides to get maybe a person from a different maybe religion or tribe, kind of there is flexibility, they can allow them. But usually for a girl or a woman, they stick and they are, they become so angry about the decisions that you've made. But let me not divert, we are still on sexual, gender-based violence. Now, I realize that we skipped a slide on consent, and it's something that I want us to talk about. The person that is helping me pull the slides, there is a slide before this slide on consent. Thank you so much. Now, in all our submissions, there was a lot to do with consent. I want us to understand what is consent. Sometimes people will say consent is just yes or no, but what is it? So consent is when someone who is above 18 years, we say 18 years because below 18 years that person is still a child and there are still decisions that should be made for that child. So it's when a person that is above 18 years agrees, gives permission or says yes to the sexual activity with the other person. Consent is also always freely given, and all people in a sexual situation must feel that they are able to say yes or no or stop the sexual activity at any point. Now, for example, in intimate partner relationships, when I'm in a sexual activity with my partner, it could be my boyfriend or husband, and along the way I say no. Still, if you go on, that will be rape. Are we together? So consent takes into the matter of the fact that if I said yes now, and along the way I said yes, maybe I said no, maybe I noticed something, or I'm afraid of something, then we should take that no or yes to be serious. When talking about consent, only yes means yes. Many times we said when a girl says no, they are just shy. They are just buying time. You know, girls love taking time before they can say yes. And usually when people say that a girl's yes means a no, that has always been the root cause of rape or defilement. People have raped girls because, is my microphone on? People have raped girls because they think she meant yes and yet she said no. So an absence of an answer or an absence of a no is still a no. Only uninformed and sober. Sober means without any intoxication, when you're not sick or anything, and any sober yes means a yes. So I want us to remember the phrase. When you think about consent, think about the phrase, F-R-I-E-S. Freely given, yes, the yes should be freely given. However, it's also reversible. It should be informed. It should be enthusiastic, and it should be specific. Are we together? Okay. In the interest of time, let's move on. Let's move on to the forms. So many of us mentioned some of the forms of sexual violence, especially at university, but just to mention some, there is name calling, right from someone was telling us about, the gentleman there was telling us about someone was called, a girl that was called names, you know, that was actually, it was in form of body shaming, but you know, people had already said that because of your body, maybe I'm assuming she was a little bit fleshy and fat, and they were saying she's indecent just by the way God created her. Can you imagine? Then unwanted and persistent sexual advances. Sometimes someone will persistently stalk you, still that is sexual violence. Unwanted and inappropriate physical touches. Many times you'll find a man or a boy just holding the girl's hand. Still that can be sexual violence, holding the girl's hand without consent, and you start doing the sexual advances. We know what men do, not so? Then also sex for marks. We know that there is sex for marks, and we know that, I know also that the codes of conduct of UCU show that a lecturer is supposed to guide a what? A student. We know that if there is that lecturer-student relationship where a lecturer is supposed to be like a father figure or mother figure to the what? To the student. And in case there is sex for marks, the lecturer is to blame. I was talking to the doctor, and he was telling me there is a policy where in case a female or a female student is talking to a male lecturer in a room, it should be under an open door. It shouldn't be under a closed door. So that's also one of the policies to ensure that there is no sex for marks, so there is no sexual harassment. Then also intimate partner violence, you mentioned it. Many of us will think that when I have my boyfriend, I will not be experiencing violence. He's my boyfriend, she's my girlfriend, so everything that is hers is mine. and many times we misinterpret that, and then it comes into intimate partner violence. Rape, of course, stalking also talked about it, conning, and here I will say first-year students are targeted and sexually violated, especially outside the university setting. And this is especially if there are hostels outside the university. We've seen that there is a lot of harboring of sexual harassment in the hostels of residence. Because these hostels of residence are very, very private, and they do not have codes of conduct. For example, we've seen big men, some have said married men, but whether married or not, but elderly men, you know, freely entering the hostels, whether they are going to visit their so-called girlfriends or just entering to have targets of their victims. So there is a lot of conning, especially for the first-year students who may not be exposed to such things. There is also sex for internship. Now this you should know that since most of us, our target is to have internship placement, and also we are studying so that we can be able to get jobs. There is sex for internship. And even when you get the internship, whether you didn't get it through sex encounters, sometimes when you're there, I'll give an example of a girl from Makerere University that told us that she went into a place for internship, and during one of their field tours, she was given a room, a hotel, next to a male staff. The rest of the story I wouldn't want to say now, but there are a lot of things to do with sexual violence, especially in places of internship and also work. And also to mention, someone mentioned obsession. When someone, love is supposed to be love, but when you're obsessed about something, we know what it turns out into. Love is, even the Bible talks about love as love. Eh? Obsession in love could lead into something else. Okay, so next slide. I'll not ask for questions. I know there are several, but we just have a lot to cover. So the next slide is about what also sexual violence or sexual harassment pertains. Now, I'll want to divert a little bit from sexual violence. We've seen that sexual harassment is also one of the biggest. We have sexual violences in universities, but sexual harassment is one of the biggest forms of sexual violence in universities. And what is sexual harassment? I want us to understand. Sexual harassment pertains to any unwelcome advance or behavior of a sexual nature. Anything that is in a sexual nature that is expressed verbally or non-verbally or physically is sexual violence. Both men and women can experience. I know some people are saying, even men, even us men who experience violence. Now, this is what research says. The UN Women Report of 2013 showed that both men and women can experience sexual harassment from individuals who are the same or opposite sex. However, women are usually sexually harassed by men. How? Due to the gender power imbalances. Now at least I want us, you can forget whatever I've said today or whatever I will say later, but this should stick to your mind. There is the gender power imbalances. And I know people will say, why Uganda Women's Network, everything women, we've left the boys behind, we've left the women behind, even when the men are actively involved here. Even when where I'm seated, I'm the only woman. Eh? Still they will say, women. But why are we talking about women? It's because of the gender power imbalances. And we will talk about this more in my next slides. Next slide, please. So sexual harassment still, girls or women are especially vulnerable to sexual harassment in public or buses, like for example buses or taxi parks, while using public transportation. And you know that this is a service where many girls or women are dependent on to reach important locations like schools and everyday work. Next slide. We also want to see the magnitude of sexual harassment. Perhaps this will show us still why we talk about sexual harassment, especially for the girls. We've seen that girls begin to experience sexual harassment from a young age, and it continues throughout their lives. I'll just give an example. Of course, when a girl is born, the first thing they will look at is sex material. The parents may not say this is a sex object or sexual material, but they'll look at them as, when they give birth to girls in Buganda, what do people say? Someone said something, sukari, they are looked at as property, they are looked at as a sack of sugar. Imagine equating it to a sack of sugar. Eh? Or a basket of what? Tomatoes.
Embuzi.
Eh? Or what?
Embuzi.
A goat. Imagine. But when a boy is given birth to, what will happen? They have given birth to a hare. In some communities, they even celebrate. And in the very modern communities, in most cases, the woman gets powerful gifts like cars. Anzali domuchi, omsika. Are we together? So it starts with those simple beliefs. I don't call them simple. I'm calling them simple because society takes them to be simple. So before they are 17 years old, 84% of girls around the world have experienced street harassment. Someone said it. She said it. Girls will just get out of campus. Let's just assume we've got out of campus here. Your fear will be, what is this man next to me going to do to me? Your fear will be, when I sit in a taxi next to a man, what is he going to do? When you move past 7 in the night, as the men are thinking about their fear is about, men, what would be, I don't want to put words in your heads, what would be your fear be about if you moved, for example, before curfew times? At 11, what would your fear be? Let me just pick one person. What would your fear be if you moved on the streets of Mukono at 11? What would you fear? He's just worried of the what? The munyakus, the person that will take their phone. What would be scared? What would you be scared about if you moved in the night? What would you be scared about, like 11 in the night?
Well, the biggest fear would be that I might be raped.
I might be raped. For you, your phone, you may not even be thinking about it. But you, everyone, you'll be suspicious of everyone. Derek, that's enough. That's enough. You'll be suspicious of everyone. I'm going to be raped. Someone is going to grab my bums. Someone is going to tap my bust. Are we together? Someone is going to say, you know those simple people that we take, things that we take to be simple words like saizi yange. It really disturbs women. Saizi yange, ebyange. One time I was passing a border stage and I was with a very beautiful friend of mine. And the border guys said, oyoji yakuli date wali basezi. You know what that means? I hadn't understood until when I went to someone that really understands concentrated Luganda. And it literally meant that where the person grew up from, there were no, what are they called? Night dancers, because they would have eaten her already. Are we together? But to them, she looked a virgin. She has never given birth. She has never conceived. Were there night dancers where she grew up from? You understand? Such words. Anyway, allow me to go on. Next slide. So, girls and women are at a risk of experiencing. Still, I want to I wanted to skip these slides, but since several queries came out about men, women, I want us to understand this. Why more on girls and women? So girls and women are at risk of experiencing sexual harassment merely by walking outside. We also know that according to Hollerback 2015, more than 50% of street harassment incidents occur in highly walkable streets, and they occur to women and girls. Also, women and girls experience unwelcome catcalling, whistling, and sexual gestures. In addition, over 50% of women report being fondled when they can sexually harass you or sexually assault you. So being followed caused 79% of the women to feel anxious about their safety, and in some cases, these women were sexually harassed or sexually assaulted. Let's have the next settings. So in institutions of quid pro quo, where we see most people want to benefit, or both parties would want to benefit, a perpetrator would demand sexual favors from a girl or woman directly or indirectly through implications in exchange of something. Many times we think that for the lecturers where we've had sex for marks, or there was a case that I directly handled in Makerere University. I'm talking about it because it was a very open case, where a girl went to just get, was it a certificate? Her certified copies of the academic documents. And before she was given the academic documents, first of all, she was tossed around for almost 3 months. And yet for you to get the certified copies in Makerere, in a certain room, it only takes you not even a day, just 2 hours. She was tossed about, and she didn't know why she was tossed. Until when the person that was in charge of helping her or ensuring that she gets, because it's not helping, it was his role as the person in that office, told her, for you, why are you slow? Don't you see all the girls have been able to get this? What don't you know as a human being? What don't you know as a girl? You think you're going to be with those things? Will they rot? Will they get finished? If you gave me some of those things. And the girl tried, to get out, and before we knew it, the guy had already taken pictures of, the guy was trying to force her, and because she had heard about sexual harassment and the sexual harassment policy, and how you can prove that you're sexually harassed, she tried to get the pictures and what? Take pictures of the guy trying to sexually harass her. But because she had to prove to the sexual harassment committee that this was actually happening, she went before a committee, but also the committee sent her somewhere where she should print the pictures. So where she printed the pictures, again the pictures went public. And this didn't go well for her. But also we know that there are very many such cases where cases go wrong, but also at least she tried to open up. But this is to show that there are cases where someone wants to get something or they are entitled to get something. For example, maybe a lecturer is supposed to support you to perform better, but they are saying, you know what, they actually sometimes give you retakes. We've seen cases where lecturers just give you retakes because they know you will come to their office and you'll actually plead, and they know that will be your trap. So favors could involve physical contact or other types of sexual favors, such as requesting nude photos. Due to the nature of the quid pro quo, perpetrators are often men in higher positions of power. That one we talked about with Doctor. They're usually men in higher positions of what? Power, such as teachers, lecturers, employers. You're going out to the employment world, but you have to know that you have your rights as a person, as a woman, as a girl. So they are in positions of power or positions of authority, and they sometimes make enticing offerings that will make you think, you know what, since he has done this, let me just do this. I cannot afford to go another year without. And yet, you know that there are places where you can run to and you're supported. Next slide. So in workplaces, and this I talked about workplaces because I want us to be aware as we go out there, employers offer women benefits such as promotions, raises, and days off in exchange of their compliance of sexual demands. In other cases, women are threatened with consequences such as losing their jobs or failing a paper if they do not accept the sexual advances. This also happens in schools. So despite its reality, a third of countries do not have any laws prohibiting behaviors of sexual harassment in workplaces. Next. So we have a question here, which, because of time, I will not allow us to debate. But what causes sexual harassment or violence? Why is it that we only talk about women and girls? This is something I've just formed because I knew it would come up. How about the men? It's a question in the men's heads, especially the men that are here now. Not all the men, some, Not all, sorry. So, next slide for us to understand why. So remember we talked about the power imbalances. Now this is it. So sexual harassment or sexual and gender-based violence is mainly a result of power imbalance between men and women. It is systematic with societies shaped by negative norms that give men more power than women. We've had norms. We've had all the way back. You know, society, someone was saying women are weaker sex. And you'll find communities where they actually believe women are what? A weaker sex. you'll see where men have been given privileges. We know some offices where a woman cannot head that office. Are we together? We know places where we say, how can a woman be the head of the family? Or how can a woman actually take up this big position? How can a woman do this course? We know that these courses of engineering, medical courses, it's just of recent that girls have started to take up such cases, but we know that before, such would be for what? For men. Are we together? Women were just given what I can call secretarial things, like they are the ones to take away the cups when, in such meetings you'd see the women now collecting cups from the boys after taking tea, and all that. So the negative norms, and we should say that these norms are really negative, the negative norms allow men to control the actions and bodies of the women, which results into violence. Many of the men here may not understand, or some of us here may not know, or we may still say, but it's the girls that call for that. But remember, there are those norms that have allowed the men to have more powers. And when we talk about the men having more powers, then they will say, when it has come to make women and men equal. We are just simply saying all men and women deserve respect, not so? But still we are seeing that there are those negative norms that allow men to control the actions and bodies of women, which results into violence. One time I have a married friend who was I had the husband saying, she was wearing a short skirt, and the husband was telling her, "Goracho tambuliza ebisambi byange wabweru." Are we together? Like they still look at those body parts as what? Theirs. At least those who are married, but we've also seen here at campus, where you have your boyfriend, and your boyfriend will control where you go after lectures. Sometimes they will even start controlling you from, for every weekend you go to see your parents. What's wrong with you? Why can't you stay with me? And you will be saying, my boyfriend loves me so much. He wants me to spend time with him every weekend. Little do we know that the contrary is starting. For you, why are you wearing? Why do you wear all the time? You're wearing long dresses. Why don't you wear at least short dresses when you're with me? Why don't you do this? Was seeing where there was an intimate relationship between that Chirabo, may have soul rest. No, what's her name? Desire, may her soul rest in peace. Where Chirabo, the estranged lover, wanted other sex acts which the girl wasn't interested in. And because now that person is able to stand up for their rights, you know what happens? I would rather lose you than you telling me what to do. We've seen cases where girls move on and the man will say, would rather lose, both of us would rather lose you than you moving on with the other person. So a lot of contra, even the girl tries to move out of the abusive relationship. Next slide. Hey, is that the next slide? So society has placed more value on men than women, that's the truth. The power that men have and are given comes from the attitudes, behavior, and expectations that all women and men learn as members of the community. We've learned this. So a community's social acceptability on violence against women and girls and silence about the power imbalances that men have over women allows the cycle of violence to continue. Because they are looked as more powerful, they are looked as they have the final say, that's why the cycle will continue. Next slide. So in all types of sexual harassment, the fear of stigmatization and being labeled as liars can prevent girls and women from speaking out. Women and girls do not speak out because they will say, who will believe me? We're only two in the room. There is no proof. So they will just keep quiet and the violence will go on. Also, this keeps the epidemic of sexual harassment hidden. Reporting can be more difficult when the perpetrator is an individual in a position of power, such as a community leader, teacher, or employer. I know of a certain university that has a sexual harassment committee, but members of the committee, 3 of the members were harassers themselves. Are we together? They were perpetrators themselves. So you can imagine they're in position of power, they're in position of saying or ruling out what should be done next. So that also inhibits girls and women from reporting. Next slide. In the small number of cases where girls and women do voice their experiences, where women report and girls, there is usually a lack of repercussions for perpetrators. Usually we'll see that maybe a girl will be given counseling or she'll get medical care, but the perpetrators will not be held accountable. The passive attitude towards sexual harassment allows perpetrators to act with impunity. They continue to harass the girls and women. Future offenders are not discouraged from the same behavior, and this maintains the high rates of sexual harassment. So, because this is not taken seriously, the impunity will go on, and because the perpetrators will be like, what will they do to me? Eh? There is nothing much that can be to me. So the impunity increases. Next slide. So despite the prevalence in which girls and women experience sexual harassment in public spaces and the workplaces, it is constantly waved as not a big deal. Usually looked at this as just catcalling, just body shaming, just saying size young, just sending you WhatsApp messages constantly asking us to move out. It's not a big deal. That's what you always say. So girls and women are encouraged to ignore their harasser and walk away, usually. Like she told us, society will not take it seriously. So you just move away and you let it go, let it be. They are socially expected to be docile in nature and not challenge male behavior, making it difficult for them to speak against sexual harassment. Remember the social norms that tell girls they should really be quiet. Sometimes when you're married, they say issues of the bedroom remain in the what? In the bedroom. So you just keep quiet. You will say, what will they say when I speak out? So you also fear sometimes, if you're in a relationship, sometimes you fear to lose the relationship. And that's how the sexual harassment goes on and on. Next slide. In fact, girls and women are often blamed for their negative encounter. Why did you go there? Why didn't you go with a friend? Why did you dress like that? But we've also heard of babies in Pampers that have been defiled. Last year on Bukit Day, we saw a woman that was wearing, an old woman of 99 years in Agomesi who was raped. But she was wearing a what? Agomesi. So girls are blamed. Why were you dressed like that? Why did you go there alone? Why didn't you go with a friend? Also, why do you walk like that? Also, why don't you slim and you become small? So they are blamed because of maybe how their bodies are or where they were. But remember, the perpetrators are not blamed. They are accused of dressing too provocatively, behaving in a promiscuous manner, and making unsafe decisions, warranting their experience of sexual harassment. So this causes girls and women to restrain their lives, taking extra precautions to be appropriate, and also avoiding walking alone, being on certain streets and staying out late at night. So girls' freedoms will be constrained because they will think that all the time they will be what? Harassed. So, this next slide. So this misplaced blame, it's misplaced because the person that is supposed to be blamed is not blamed. The misplaced blame ignores the urgency and control boys and men have over their own behavior. So in some cases, perpetrators will misuse their power intentionally because they will know nothing will be done to them. While in others, individuals may not recognize their behavior as harmful. They will think they are just maybe helping the girls by sexually harassing them. Some people believe they are helping the girls. Someone may consider a behavior as a compliment. Can you imagine a sexual behavior as a compliment, while it is actually a sexual harassment? Next slide. So we see that ultimately boys and men can make positive and healthy decisions regarding the ways they interact with girls and women, which many of them do. However, by increasing awareness about the harms of sexual harassment and identifying it, its many forms, boys and men will receive valuable information that will positively influence their interactions with girls. We've gone into how we can really help. This should be commitments from you, but because of time, I know these are some of the things that you're thinking about. By you digging into the root cause of violence, or the root cause of sexual violence, you're getting acquainted with these things, and it's important that you help all your friends, you help the other people that are not here, know that it's actually a crime, so that they can start taking care in all these cases of violence. Next slide. So, we have some laws on sexual harassment. Many of you might be wondering, now if I'm sexually harassed during the internship placement or when I start work, what will I do? Are there any laws? We have the Employment or Sexual Harassment Regulations of 2012, and they say a lot about where there is an establishment with more than 25 workers, employees may come up with a policy statement on sexual harassment. That's number one. So meaning, for every kind of employment, even here I know for the employment contracts of the lecturers, they have a policy on sexual harassment. Also, the Employment or Sexual Harassment Regulation 2012 prescribes that those who contravene the sexual harassment related provisions commit an offense and are liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding those currencies. So those are the provisions in the sexual harassment regulations of 2012. So we have some laws here. We also have the Penal Code Act. I will not go into that, but it also provides for any person who intends to insult and know that they are all held accountable. So away from the other one, we also have the Penal Code Act. So as you're there, you should know that this is a crime, and also if you're violated, we should always point out these laws. They will help us. Next slide. Why address sexual harassment? Sexual harassment can wreak havoc on a victim's job. I know that sexual harassment, I'll not read through this, but briefly, something that connects with us. When there is sexual harassment, the women or the girls suffer. That's why we see some girls will skip or will stop coming for lectures. We'll see that some girls will not complete their courses. Performance will really be poor. There is also the emotional bit of it. Someone gets so distressed to the extent that they will have mental illnesses. All this is because of sexual harassment. And also sexual harassment leads to death. We've had very many cases where we've had the harm that is resulting from sexual harassment leading to deaths. Next slide. So this is our appeal. Every individual has a role to play in creating change by shedding light. All of us have a role to play by shedding light, educating others on the existence of sexual harassment, respecting and listening to the voice of the girls or the women reporting it, and standing against it and holding the perpetrators accountable. So this is our appeal to you. Also, the other appeal is do not participate in sexual harassment. For you people that are here, you know that it's a crime. So do not participate in sexual harassment in any of its forms, either by laughing or by actually making sure that it goes on. You can stop it. Use your voice to bring awareness of sexual harassment and educate others. Also, make sure that you trust the girls and women that report sexual harassment and be an ally to them. Check in with how the person being harassed is feeling and offer support. I know there are very many agencies here that can support. I know we have avenues where you can report through. So please use those avenues. I was talking to the gentleman here, and they were telling me this is a docket that falls under the Director of Studies. Sexual harassment falls under. Okay, we'll get to know where do we report from. We also we have to know what are the reporting procedures, especially in UCU. This we already talked about. Don't participate. Don't participate in sexual harassment or don't encourage it. believe in the importance of holding perpetrators accountable, because many times we feel those are lecturers, that's the management team, that's my boyfriend, that's my classmate, and we don't believe in holding them accountable. Please, let's do, because if we do not stop them, even if we support the victim, the harassment will go on. Then also institutions must institute anti-sexual harassment programs and policies, because it's the only way or the only avenue those that are experiencing sexual harassment can be supported. Then also, lastly, we have to support and demand the passing of the revised sexual offences bill by Parliament, because this is something that also entails sexual harassment in institutes of higher learning. I beg to stop here. I would have gone on and on, but I also know we are not doing well in terms of time. Thank you very much.
A big hand of applause as we appreciate. Thank you for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much once again for the wonderful presentation. And people in the audience, I think you have heard, these are things we consider small, but they are so big when it comes to women. They are so big, catcalling, the hissings, those things people do. They are very big when it comes to us. And I'm going to invite Gloria Leka. She would like to tell us a story about herself, a testimony. And I hope it inspires people to speak out. I also hope we stop victim blaming. And
Let's give a big hand clap as she comes up, because this is good.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sorry for the reaction. I'm trying to ask myself if I can do this. But I'm glad I already began the step a few days or a few weeks back. My names are Lake Gloria Mercy. I'm a second-year student doing law. And the name Lake is from North Amanacholi, and a proud one. Thank you very much, Uganda Women's Network, for this opportunity. Truthfully, I'd never seen myself one day standing before this number of crowd and talk about the secrets at heart. But I'm glad today I am in position to stand and share my life story, just to help you. If at any point you ever thought these topics can be jokes to you, if at any point you ever thought they don't happen, but these are myths and metaphors and so forth, they exist. I'm a proud girl today, and I say I am a survivor of sexual harassment. Of course, I feared a couple of times, this is the third year, fourth, in fact, that I feared to come out and speak for myself because of the mentality that I would be judged. I would be blamed, I would be stigmatized. You know it. I have ever judged, and someone has ever judged too. When I sat, leave alone even sitting, all my life, let me say from my primary and secondary, I've been a victim of bullying because I was so tiny. I just grew up in my A-level. And not bullied by only girls, but majority of men, boys. They made me feel useless, rejected, and unworthy. Then when I sat, Form 6, of course my P7 was the best, my Form 4 was the best, but I was in government schools because my parents could not raise enough to give me a chance to study in better schools. But then, The worst was in A-level. After I sat from Graceland, those from North, they know it as the best girl in Omoro district. And I got half scholarship to go to study at Oche Campion Jesuit College, the best school in Gulu. They were sponsoring me half, and my parents were looking for half. And I got the opportunity. We were the pioneer A-level, and we made the school proud. I still led the school. I led the girls in Gulu, and as the best student. That was just because of the grace of God, not my might, I would say it. But then, after sitting Form 6, what happens? You're out to the world. The government gave me scholarship. The first list that was sorted out gave me education to do education in literature, Gulu University, but that was not what I wanted. I wanted law. I reapplied. I was shortlisted at Makerere. I did my pre-entry. I made it through. The government gave me law at Makerere. But the position was sold. I didn't know the procedures. When I went to check, they told me, no, you no longer have a space. But I'd also applied at UCU and gone through the pre-entry. Meanwhile, I didn't want any other university except UCU, one, for their moral uprightness. And so I never had the chance to be here physically so fast. I never ceased to look for scholarships. Of course, when I missed the government scholarships, I was asked to apply for district quotas. I applied just like she mentioned. You meet father figures who will tell you, come back another time. And come back another time. And that was what I was told. Gloria, come back another time. I think I have a better offer for you. I was excited. Who wouldn't want a better offer in life? I went back on the fourth day. He said, I'm taking you to this office where you'll have a full scholarship, not half. And I went. Innocently sat into the man's car, who drove to an idle road and stopped and said, the space was crowded. Gloria, I could not tell you this, but I'm interested in you. I wish you saw the man who is interested in me. We're much older than my father, but they're not ashamed. But these are fathers. You ask yourself, who do I run to? Who do I call a father if I don't have a biological one? Who do I feel safe with if these fathers out cannot protect me? Adrian, please include this in your next point. It is not just watchmen, it is not uneducated men, it is men, it's about men who have made it in life too, who take advantage of young girls. You might feel that this is a joke, but there is someone experiencing it from the grassroots. And when he tried to convince me, I told him no. I deserve the scholarship. I don't need to buy it. I don't need to change it with anything. I am confident because I felt I deserve it. I worked for it. And he says, Gloria, there is nothing that comes for free. You've missed the opportunities. Not that I want to sleep with you every day. But if you want me to help you, you need to help me too. I turned it down. I missed that opportunity. But trust me, someone who had performed way much worse and not near to my performance got the scholarships. Not because I did not deserve it, but because I chose morality. And it's a hard choice to make. I never ceased to look for scholarships. I applied to one of the most accredited organizations that offer scholarships, especially to girls. I was shortlisted, given the opportunity to be interviewed at one of the hotels in Gulu, where I turned up. I was excited. He said, Gloria, you are such an amazing girl from North. There is a better offer for you. They always have better offers than what you have ever thought of. I have a better offer for you. I'm going to give you an A+ scholarship where we pay your full tuition and where we shall give you 1 million upkeep. Hey, I'm a daughter of a poor man from North. Not that all of us are poor though. That was an opportunity for me. I was excited. We talked. I shared my visions, what I look at myself in the few years to come in future. What did he say? I'm so sorry, I can't see my stamp. Help me go to the counter. Ask the lady for key room number 2. I was lost. I was excited. So expectant. I was like, oh my God, this is a heaven's blessing. I went ignorantly, excited. I picked that key, opened that room number 2, and saw no stamp. After acknowledging that there is no stamp, I, of course, had to move out. But I could not move out because the door behind me was closed. He locked the door behind me and told me, Gloria, relax. I told me I can't relax because we had agreed. We were talking peacefully out. Why would you follow me in? I sensed danger. He tried to explain to me what cannot be explained. We make our choices, and your choices drives your life. When I rejected him, he became wild and decided to enter into fights with me. I have a scar on my back. I hurt him and he hurt me too. He hit me, tore my shirt. My breasts were all out. I'm proud to talk about it today because I overcame it. I was humiliated. I felt rejected once again. I felt life had nothing else to offer a girl just like me. Then you wonder, and I always ask myself, and I will pass these questions to you. To whom does emancipation apply? Because I didn't be a part of it, and I'm not a part of it. If there is this me who can stand and say no, how about those who cannot say no? When I got into the fight with this man, he was positive. He hurt me. Our blood came into contact. When they say protect your life, trust me, protect your life. I took PEP for a month not to have AIDS. I either take the PEP because he was positive. He was tested. But he went away with it. So what when you report it? We say we have laws that cares. But what? He got away with it. After reporting, he was tested. He's positive. I had to take drugs for a month so I can be protected. I either take it for a month or I take it for the rest of my lives. But I didn't sleep with any man to get the AIDS. What does life have to offer a girl child? I didn't go to these men because I wanted, but because I saw that life could offer me a better chance through education. Trust me, if you have the opportunity to protect your life, it is hell to be a part of the HIV teams. I am not positive, but that feeling of one day I might be positive because I'm not sure if the medicine will protect me. But thank God it did because I'm innocent. You don't have to risk your lives, young people. If you have the opportunity to protect it, guard it selfishly. Guard it with all you can do because it is hell to take that medicine. It is hell to be a part of that experience. It is hell to be exposed, not because I didn't have relatives who would come up and help daddy. I have a lot of potential relatives. But it's a mean thing to pass a healthy education to someone's daughter who is not your own. I rejected myself. I defined myself. I hated myself for a long time. But I had a purpose driving me. I am the eldest in my family. I have 3 more siblings after me. My brother is in Form 5, my little sister is joining Form 1, and my young brother is in P5.
How do I tell my little ones that I'm defeated? How do I tell them life has nothing to offer us? Yet I am one person who keeps on telling them we are better off together. We can do this. And that is how it has been. I resorted to sales. I just became a normal vendor. And when I saved 500, I deposited to the UCU accounts. And that is how I joined UCU. Online. And I never cleared, not even first semester tuition. But by the grace of God, I always had the chance to talk and pray that I would do it. I would make it better. I never ceased to look for scholarships. I never gave up amidst these sexual abuses. Last semester when we had the break, I worked. I began as a KCB bank cleaner. It didn't define me. It didn't stop me from being a lady. I cleaned for a month, the money could not raise enough. I applied at a computer center where a few of you have met me, Iconic. And where I was also assaulted by my boss because I handled finance at the reception. And whenever I would submit them, I get to go through the sexual advances. But because you need the jobs, you keep quiet. Because if you feel you can tell someone, they're going to judge you. They're going to misquote you. It is because you're a girl and they think you're vulnerable. You need the job. I needed to clear the debts. I needed to pay. I needed to feed. My father, for the past 3 years, has no job. And I raised 1.8, keeping quiet amidst the sexual assaults. But life, when the devil sees your great potentials, never ceases to fight you down. Mommy was diagnosed of cancer of the throat 2 months before we could come back. Who am I to sit on the money and talk about school, yet she's battling with her life? You had to pull it out. And had nothing to do other than have no hopes of coming back to school. But friends told me no. One of my friends from Gulu said, I'm giving you 200. Look for a hostel and top. Go get shelter. You begin from there. And staying around Mommy every time, she would tell you, your friends have gone back to school and you're still home, and she always gets hurt. So the only way to give her peace of mind, I had to lie and say, I got little money, I'm going back to school. Just take care of yourself. We continue to pray for you. What does life have to offer you and me? Or what does life have to offer your sisters out there? I never ceased when I was frustrated. Mommy is sick. I have no money. I have no hopes of studying anymore. I go to one of the quiet places in Gulu just to cry to myself and ask God, do I really need to pass through this? I have preserved myself. Your word says, take care of my temple. It's my holy place. There are people who have willingly given in to sexual advances. But I've resisted. I have worked in a moral way. Do I really deserve to go through this? Then these are the father figure. By the way, I have been assaulted mostly by fathers, not young people. One of the hotel owners moved down to me and said, you look frustrated. I tried to lie that nothing is happening. He said, no, it's written all over, because I was crying. He said, Gloria, I think you don't need to cry anymore. I want to pay your balances. I want to pay you till you don't want to study. I was excited. He called me the next day, come and pick the money. It's still the same story. Sleep with me. I don't want to sleep with you every day. But maybe when you come to pick your tuition, I will have the chance to sleep with you. Value your opportunities if you still have them. Because life does not offer us the same chances all the time and again. Mean your worth and know your worth. Stand your grounds. Say no and let your no be a no. And never make any man take advantage of your no to mean a yes. Thank you.
Can we just give another very big hand clap to Yeah, it is a serious story. Now, if you have a question, put it down. Get some pieces of paper. My friend Gift is going to just put up your hand. She will give you, and you will do the what? The writing. But for now, we are going into the panel discussions for the next 15 or 20 minutes. Then we shall react to the questions, and we shall call this dialogue a success. Maybe before we go into the panel discussion, as we are waiting for Doctor to come back, because he's part of us. Now, we chose this panel with wisdom because these are the referral paths that we defined since 2018, channels through which we can address some of our challenges to do with sexual harassment. So these people will be speaking to us, but also reacting to the submissions that have been given. We wanted a testimony because some people think we are in UCU, these things don't happen. But actually, sexual harassment is part of us, and that vice is looming so badly. So we thank our sister for having boldly come out. It is not easy. She has struggled through her way. But since we are into our liberation struggle, we need soldiers like her. Not so? Let's give another big hand clap for her, because that was so bold and so good. So, Dorothy, you're going to help me moderate this session. We are going to do it together. So we have the guild president, we have someone in charge of security, and our private investigator here at Uganda Christian University. He can handle these issues with confidentiality. Our sister who gave the testimony was asking, what have they done about it? Most of the people who have abused her have gone free, maybe because they can bribe or find their way through it. But hey, we have someone here, maybe who will give us assurance that some cases may be followed up to date to ensure that justice is availed, but also our policies are active and running or working as an institution of Uganda Christian University. So I'm going to start with our guild president because we voted for him. They have served faithfully and they are in the evening of their term, right? Yes, so I want him to share with us based on the information given. What does he have to say? Have you had any cases? And in your government, how have you been able to handle this challenge? Thank you very much. There's a microphone. So you will introduce yourself to us once again. You know, sometimes titles, people need to be addressed by their titles and we may not preempt all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the moderator. My brothers and sisters, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Agaba Kenneth Amponda, and I'm still the guild president of Uganda Christian University, though in our evening hours. Before I commence, I'm going to first comment about, where is Gloria? Yeah, I'm going to comment about Gloria's story. One thing I can tell you, Gloria, is that wherever you are and wherever you always be, just know that the Lord had plans for your life even before you were born. That one is clearly stated by the Bible. And when you were talking, you spoke of the fact that you went to government schools, which were small schools compared to maybe the bigger schools people have gone to, but there is a reason as to why you went to those small schools, and there is a reason maybe as to why you are at Uganda Christian University as of now. Maybe if you had gone to the big schools, you'd be a wasted child by now. We have had people who have gone to big schools and have come out as a waste. But for the purposes of being maybe giving out the testimony for the next generation of the girl child, the Lord had better plans for you. And I can tell you one thing, I personally, I went for the MOOC pre-entries. I got 58%. And maybe I had all chances of going to Makerere because my dad works in public universities. But I came to Uganda Christian University. You never know, if I had gone to Makerere, I wouldn't be the amponda I am today. So I'll just leave with you a Bible verse from the book of Jeremiah chapter 29 from 11. It says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Trust me, within a few years from now, we shall be reading about who Gloria is." Thank you so much. About today's topic, first of all, I will appreciate Uganda Women's Network organization. The gentleman approached us and he told us the whole plan. We read through the paperwork. It was working for us as students because we really badly needed this information. At the times when, let's say, as Uganda Christian University, there are things that maybe as students at a large fraternity you may not be knowing, but maybe they're happening in society and you do not know. Gloria coming out, that means there are very many other girls that have testimonies, but because we don't have time, and maybe some are not strong enough to come up and say something, but these things are within us, and they are living. The minister for, the gentleman from investigations will be talking about them, and will highlight about the gender-based violence cases relating to sex that we have had within the university. We just highlight for purposes of courts. And then maybe what I can talk about is that in all the submissions that we have had so far, my encouragement to the students is that we should not forget the Christian values that we have as students. When I talk about Christian values, as Christians, we already have values. Sexual violence sometimes is incited by dress code, let's say to a girl or female. And maybe you start saying vice that is caused by poor dressing. Why don't you address that problem by dressing up smartly? And the Bible says that your body is a temple of God. Why don't you adhere to such principles so that in the first place, we do not reach to a rate where you're enticing a man to come and do the bad acts on you? For my sisters, I remember when they talked about it, you know, we have gone to civilization, but my humble request is that may civilization not cause harm to you. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, there is a question in relation to that.
Yes, please.
I have an interjection. Don't you think, you know, telling girls often telling girls to stop wearing certain clothes, to stop wearing a certain way, in a way, you know, keeps men, I should say, we do not put the blame on the people who are supposed to have this blame. Because when you tell women to dress a certain way, just because a man is going to get enticed, we are trying to put the blame on a wrong person. And we are not bringing it to the perpetrators. They have to contain themselves, because in as much as I wear a certain way, I do not expect a certain person to come up to me because I'm wearing like this. So I think in such a way, we should blame people who are supposed to be blamed. Thank you.
Yeah, and also maybe before you proceed, does her dress code justify that she has to be abused? Thank you.
Thank you so much, the moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, can we come down? Can we come down, please? There is one
Okay,
thing.
we shall have time. Just put that question down. There's a microphone here. After our panelists, we shall give you guys an opportunity to ask or respond back. Is it okay? Thank you very much. Agent. Hey. So how many? I want 2 gents, you and him, and 2 ladies. Yeah, those 2 ladies that side. The gents first, maybe let them ask, then any of you can respond. Okay. Okay, now just wait a little. The guild president is responding, then you'll have your say. Meanwhile, the 2 ladies also come here. Just be so close. I wanted 4. Hey, okay. Now 3 gentlemen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I would like and prefer that we don't put feelings in this submission. Because, let me come to you, my sisters. If there is a problem in society, then society has to come together to solve a problem. And it shouldn't be a blame game. But we should look and devise means on how to solve this. What do you benefit when you keep on doing an act that is going to cause more harm to you? What am I saying? If we come up and say, proper dress code, that saves your brother, it as well saves you as a girl child. In which way? When you have, like I said, when you have a problem in society, there are means that you can come out as a society and we say, for a girl child, you know that you have a right to dress the way you want. But for purposes of protecting you, yourself, the girl child, please dress according to this dress code. So that we do not bring in affiliations of men also craving for that. There's one thing I would also want to tell you, my sisters, that at times, also controlling you in your dress code is also helping your brother the other side. Maybe your brother did not have intention. Maybe your brother did not have any negative desires to have uncalled for sex with you, but because of your actions, they have attracted him to develop such desires. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, before we go to the questions, don't you think that is encouraging the rape culture in a way?
Okay. Now let's do this. Gentlemen, remember, tell us your names before you give us your submission. Very quickly, because we need to ask another panelist to also give their contribution. Thank you.
I'm Nule Eri again from the Standard. I think matters of GBV, they should not be attached to feelings. My sisters, I'm going to give you only 2 case studies to respond to our ponders. Have you all been on Twitter and have you seen these girls who come naked and start saying, I wish you all follow me just because they are naked? You using your bodies in the first place to display yourself so that we follow you. Number 2.
So
Listen.
a simple question. Because they are naked and they are asking for a following, does it justify that you have to abuse them?
Listen.
Maybe we should be thinking in terms of that.
Let's put feelings aside. We are speaking the truth. Let's stop being on atrocities and hearsays. We are speaking the truth. Have you moved over Casa on a Friday? Do you know how they dress? Although we are all people and we have feelings. Let's all have the human.
Okay, let's clap for him. That is his submission. Another person. We shall respond. It's
Thank
okay.
you.
Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Gavin Mogisha. I'm in LLB4. Yes. So my opinion is this, and I want us not to misinterpret this. I have heard the argument that the way you dress is in no way a calling for sexual advances, is no way a calling for rape, it is no way a calling for any other things that happen to women, you know? And I'm very aggrieved to that. I have no problem with that argument.
Yes.
However, if women can prove to us that the reason as to why their dress code in no way contributes to the men who approach them, then they would have something to say. If women can prove that the way you dress in no way calls me to do anything in terms of advancing to you, then they can have an argument. Now, we are not saying it is the major cause. We are not saying it is the reason as to why rape happens. We are not justifying rape. But we are saying, agree that you are being complacent and your compliance is enabling.
Thank you, thank you. One more gentleman, then we go to the ladies.
Yes, my name is Musasi Biblia.
Yes, Musasi.
Yes, I want us to speak facts here. We are not here to defend this gender and the other gender. We are not here to blame this or that. But this is a fact. The cases of women that they have given an example of a woman in a Gomesi. But the
Timothy,
examples you can
we
bring
need
out
this caption.
of a woman in a Gomesi are very few. Those guys, they be high. But in under normal circumstances, if your dress code, for example, I don't want to use anybody here, but look at your neighbor. Your dress code will entice. Remember, this is a way through which people get married. I look at you, I get enticed. Now listen. Omuganda agamba atunda ayolesa yamaza amangu.
Okay.
You're walking, your thighs are out, everything is visible. What do you expect? What are you showing us?
Okay, thank you.
What
thank
do you expect? The government put curfew for
Thank
security.
you.
So if there is no curfew, it doesn't mean curfew will make us safe. Even bomb blasts are coming up when curfew is there. So we are saying, yes, this is a curfew. Dress properly and at least reduce this enticement.
Okay.
Reduce the appetite.
Thank you,
when
Nicholas.
I see good food,
Yeah,
I'm attracted to
Okay,
eat.
clap
Thank
for
you.
him. Nicholas, but wait, before Nicholas, I've seen people in hijabs and even in Gomasis being raped, so I don't know. Even children who are not even indecently dressed. Yes, Nicholas, have your submission.
Good afternoon.
Please, let's respect
Let's
one
come
another.
back together.
Please, some order. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I will make my submission in less than 2 minutes. The men before me, thank you so much for your submissions. Take an example. For us, the footballers, we normally go to the pitch dressed anyhowly, our chests out. Sometimes, after scoring, we take off our panties, we take off our shirts. Our fans are ladies. Do they grab our butts? Do they grab our chests? I have so many men at the university. Me personally, since I'm a bowler, at the weekend, I put on my sleeveless shirt, I put on my short, I shave my beard, and I look fancy. But I've never had a lady telling me, come on, man. Lastly, professionally now, my name is Nicholas Kamwesje and I work with UONET under the Gender Mainstreaming Directorate. I'm coming from Makerere University. I have dealt with issues of sexual harassment for years now. This is what I tell the men in the house. There is no room for tolerance. We don't tolerate nonsense if it comes to sexual harassment.
Very true.
Period.
Very true. Nothing can justify. Now the ladies, nothing qualifies you to abuse. Thank you.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Now, everyone has spoken. I'm not for the women, I'm not for the men, but I'm here to represent the kingdom of God. We all know if you belong to a kingdom, there is a king in that kingdom. And there is a code that governs that country. Now, Christians, all of us here, we are Christians. And Muslims. And SDS, we all believe in a God. Yes? We all read the Bible. We read the holy books. Now, this argument of gender-based violence, especially sexually, it is something that has started for generations and will continue for generations. And why is it like this? Because we have deliberately chosen not to live according to the standards of our king. Let me begin with the gentlemen. The Bible clearly tells us that we were sealed with the Holy Spirit, and one of the fruit of the Holy Spirit is self-control. So you cannot begin jumping from Jenny to Jennifer to Bosco to Johnny just because they are dressed the way they are dressed.
Thank you.
The spirit of self-control is a fruit that the Spirit gives you.
Thank you.
And actually, if you read 1 Corinthians chapter 7, I think it talks about a man who wants to marry a virgin and all the way you're supposed to conduct yourself. I'm not here to give a sermon, but this is just to tell the brothers, live your life according to the Bible.
Thank you very much.
Then to the sisters,
Please
my
summarize.
sisters, yes please, just a minute. The Bible clearly tells us that temptations will come, but woe unto those that cause others to stumble. Someone mentioned something here, that our bodies are the temples of God. Ladies, let's accept. Nembuzi katonda yajiwa akachira akabikako. Let us just do justice to ourselves.
Thank you.
And we cover
Ourselves.
our bodies to glorify God, not for the men, but for the sake of the
Let's
kingdom.
clap for
Thank
her.
you.
So the rest of us, 1 minute strictly. 1 minute, I'm seeing two more ladies.
Hello,
yes, then
everyone.
we proceed with our panel. Yes, please.
My name is Gift Chisache. So mine is, you do not have to, I feel like you do not have to look a certain way. You do not have to be a certain age. You do not have to dress a certain way for you to avoid being abused. An abuser is an abuser. If you're conditioned in your head that I'm going to abuse someone, you're going to abuse them regardless of how they look, their age, their dress code. An abuser is an abuser.
Thank you.
Let me give a case study. Let me give an example of the Arab worlds. Those are the most decently dressed women, right? They dress in hijabs and cover themselves up. But there are incidences of gender-based violence. I mean, those women are abused. So it's not even according to dress code. If dress code is is the ground you're standing on to discuss gender-based violence, then I think you should review your ideas about.
Thank you very much. Next. Very quickly, we go back to our panelists.
Thank you very much. I am Linda Evans Alija, fourth-year law student. So I'm going to be very informative in my discussion, right? First of all, the biggest argument that we are having currently today, right now, is about our social norms and our social beliefs. Allow me to elaborate. I'm going to define social norms in two aspects. One, the descriptive norm. This one basically deals with an individual belief about what others typically do in a given situation. That's to say, if at all I am to, let's say, if I see a phone here, typically what would I do as an individual? Look for its owner, right? That's my own perception. Then the other is an injunctive norm. These are all under social norms and social beliefs of societies and communities. This deals with their beliefs about what an influential other person except what themselves would do in that given situation. That's to say, if I find this phone here, I would think, if my influential person is Liz, what would Liz do? Maybe Liz would take the phone and keep it. That's what I would do. So basically, the argument we're having right now, right here, is just about our different aspects and our aspirations in regards to social norms. Now, we need to understand that, yes, as you're arguing about dress code, a 2020 report of the UN Women clearly states that there is an increment from 35.6% of rape cases in the most decently, what we call the most decently dressed countries, that's to say Somalia, Eritrea. It has increased from 35.6% to 39.9%. That's by 2020. This is just last year.
Thank
so
you.
I don't understand the
Summarize,
argument of
yes.
just dress code being an issue to call for rape. Because we wouldn't be having rape in
Okay,
Somalia
so
or Israel.
does that justify we should be indecent because maybe the rape cases will reduce?
Thank you very much. I'm not
Since
saying...
the most decent countries are not, are also...
Thank you very much. To respond to what you have just said.
Yes, please.
I'm not saying that we should dress indecently. No.
Okay.
But, yes, someone used the Twitter thing. If you look at the percentage of how many people come to Twitter dressed like that, it's below 5%. Go do your research, Mr. Gavin. I can help you with the report.
Okay,
It's below
thank you.
5%.
Thank you.
So it's not
Another
about
person.
dress code.
Thank you for your submission. It's so clear. Yes. And you last, okay?
Thank you so
Okay.
much. Thank you so much. My name is Ahewa Ketra, and I do not clearly agree with Mr. Mponda, Kenneth, the guild president of UCU, that surely dress code has really caused very many cases of rape. I mean, I go to a club to have fun, and then someone rapes you from there. Did I go for rape? I just went to have fun. So clearly, it's not dress code. Someone clearly stated, Bibilia. That are here because, you know, dress code is the one that will make him not marry. Please, you might not even end up getting married. At the end of the day, you might have issues for
Speak
sure.
on the microphone. We need to hear
So
those words.
I believe it's not, it's not even dress code that causes people not enter into marriage. As he said that for him, he wants someone in Agomesi. I pray that you go to the village, that maybe you get a person from there. But I don't think the way we dress ourselves up defines us. I can dress up in a way that
Can
I
I
feel
ask
I
a
am.
simple question?
Please ask.
Why would you dress into a skimpy skirt and something, so then you keep moving like this? What is the impression maybe behind that?
Thank you so much.
Or you just want to look that way? Thank you.
Thank you so much. This country, Museveni's government has given us freedom.
Okay.
And for sure, I will look the way I want because I feel this is how I should be looking. At the end of the day, I do not want to impress you. I do not dress up to impress others. I dress up to impress my own self. So you as a man, if you come and start looking at myself and you forget about the woman that you have at home, then you ought to have a problem as a man.
So, okay, and do you value what society speaks about you in terms of your dress code? Or
At
it's
the end
not
of the day, if we believe that, if we start saying that we should look at what the society thinks about us, we shall not grow.
Oh, thank you very much. Let's clap for her. The next person, you are the last. Then we go back to our panelists. Thank you. I see a very long hand. He has struggled, but don't worry. Yes, thank you.
Protocol observed. My name is Birinja Elizabeth. It's sad. It's very sad to listen to people speak, and it breaks my heart that in 2021, someone still complains about dress code. It's unbelievable, and the sort of entitlement hurts. You know, someone is entitled to tell you how you should dress, how you should move, you know.
I'll give her an opportunity to, yes.
I may be decent now, but when you find me at Highville, Casablanca, you're going to say I'm indecent.
Please, give her opportunity, yes.
I believe that this boy or this man out here is a rape apologist or not a rapist, because you can't come and stand before people knowing your cousins, your sisters.
Please, that is also violence, please. They have a right to their views. Please, okay. No, it's so, no. No, okay. Let's give her an opportunity to give us just the way they listened to you.
I believe the patriarchy has clouded men's minds, especially African men. The white people, personally, the white people have, you know, grown so much better than us in their mentality and ideologies. But since someone is being brought up by a father, probably wasn't home a lot, or in a society where they tell their siblings or parents or, you know, family members who are female to dress in a certain kind of way, we should know that we are moving forward. The world is changing. There's technology coming up. People are going to be free and post their bodies. I don't think any man has a right or woman has a right to tell a fellow female to dress the way they're supposed to dress. Because you don't know how someone has come from, probably wherever they are, dressed.
Yeah, so a simple
in a way.
question.
Yeah.
So in case you got someone who is interested in you and you're also consenting to that,
Yeah.
but he tells you, I prefer seeing you in skirts, not trousers.
Um,
What would be your response? Would
First
you
of all,
compromise?
people need to learn how to love themselves, okay?
Okay.
You're not going to come up to me just because we are in a relationship and you tell me, oh, Liz, I don't like seeing you in jeans because I prefer you in skirts. How much do I not love myself to either go with his opinion? I believe you should put yourself first, put your opinion in
So
you
if he
first and not
told you
listen to
you
someone
look
else.
much prettier and better in that skirt than the trouser.
Yes,
would it
compliments
be
are
something-
accepted, but do I feel comfortable in a
Okay,
skirt?
thank you very much. Thank you. Let's clap for them. Those were good questions. Let's go to our private investigator. They hold so many things, they keep so many secrets, they investigate so many issues. Sir, have you handled any issues of sexual violence at UCU? And if yes, do we have some people who have been brought to book or who are still under investigation over the same? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's on. We can hear you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mayanja Moses. I'm working as a security officer at UCU, majoring in investigations. Generally, what we mean with investigation, we begin by detecting crime. At times, we prevent it if we have detected it. Then, if we have failed to prevent it, we investigate it to the logical conclusion to establish exactly what has happened. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this dialogue, the Uganda Women Network, that it has come at the right time when a few weeks back we experienced a very nasty incident here at the university, which I know in the law students fraternity, it has been going viral, where a group of young men have been going on raping first year and second year law students from their hostels. Thank God that through the help of the administration and the police, we have managed to arrest these perpetrators, and they are at police, soon facing justice in the courts of law. I'm so pity to the victims, but the university has done its level best to subject them to the counseling services, and I'm appealing to you people that don't discriminate them, just support them, because such incidences happened out of their when they didn't like them. I'm so sorry for Gloria what you went through, but I know that the law is there. If possible, you can get in touch with me and see how we can help you. Even if the incidents happened in Gulu, there is one law which governs this land. We can try to trace those people and have them brought to book. So here in UCU, we have majorly 3 incidences. And the leading one is rape. The second one is homosexual. So rape goes, mostly it is on women or on ladies. Then homosexual, it is associated mostly to men. And the people who are in it are mostly international students who are trying to import it to our local students. But we are trying our level best to see that this device does not spray. Then lastly, which is also so common, is indecent assault. This indecent assault, it is in form of gestures and signs, but it is also being attracted by the most contagious topic which has been being discussed by most of the people here, the way how our students dress. We are appealing to our students that please don't put men into compromising situations. Dress properly for a purpose, for a proper cause where you are going. Actually, as the university, because one of our we in security, one of our responsibilities to enforce some of the university policies, and there is a dressing code. But we always face a challenge that these students, when they are entering the university, they come when they are dressed very well. Then they proceed to the toilets and put on these funny dresses. So you get surprised to find them on campus when they are moving left and right, when they are in these funny clothes. So, as the earlier discussants have told you, that your bodies are temples of God, please respect them. Don't put these young men into what? Into temptations. So, in the wake of this, if such challenges have happened to us, like you have been raped, you have been sodomized, you have been indecently assaulted, what do you do? The first thing is that you report to the authorities. The authorities, I mean, you can report to the university administration, you can report to the police, you can report to the LC, you can report to the matron, to the custodian in the hostel. You can report even to the guild cabinet. Then after making the report to the authorities, they will see where to channel that report, where it is best handled. Say, for example, it has been taken to police. What does police want? We have been facing a challenge with the police, but this time around, they are trying to improve. That when you go there, say, for example, you have been raped, other than understanding the situation, they start bullying you that, you were dressed badly, or why did you go to such a place? Why did you take alcohol to be raped? But this time around, they are professionals because they have undergone training of how to handle the victims. And they are handling them with a lot of confidentiality and in secrecy.
Okay.
So, after you have made the report at police, there are so many things which happen. They get your statement. Then there is also need to visit the scene. If so, for example, you can remember where it so happened. Then we also appeal to the victim that you preserve evidence. There is evidence which we normally need, which can prove this case itself in case it goes to the courts of law. For example, if say there was a struggle and maybe your clothes got torn, so we need those clothes. Say, for example, if maybe during the course of the action, there was some fruits which were discharged, so we also need them for DNA tests in case we need to pin or to bring the suspect to the what?
Okay, a question there. If this student came and this offense happened at Casablanca or Club 1, and we have here a policy that limits some of those things to students, how will you help the student get justice, but also not be thrown out of the university? Is there a provision that can be looked into? Thank you. Even doctor can help us answer the question just for information. Thank you.
You see, it's a very tricky question. First of all, when you are enrolling here, you are enrolling in a Christian university, whereby some of the habits are not tolerated. You come here to study, not to go to Casablanca. But I'm not saying that if you are raped from Casablanca, it ceases from being a case. That's why I even said that don't put yourself into compromising situations. Know what has brought you here. Okay? Don't go to Casablanca. And if you have gone to Casablanca, don't go alone. Okay? Go in a group, and if you are coming back, move in a group. Three, don't take things like alcohol if you are not strong enough to contain yourself. And don't even drink with strangers, because why should you accept offers from people whom you don't know?
Okay, thank you. They have also told us a famous story which we are still investigating about some place within town where a team of 5 guys can put their monies together and they target a particular lady. And when they take her there, one does the buying and catering for the bills, but there's a dark room somewhere where the 4 expect this gentleman to bring her, and then they either rape or have sex with that particular person there. And after they either abandon her there, and maybe the management of the club in the morning will just carry that person and throw outside the gate. We have an instance that we covered, and it was very sad because even the lady was too drunk, could not understand or even explain her way on what happened. She just narrates this ordeal when she's a little getting better and in a medical facility, but one of our students. Do you also take time to investigate some of those things? I'm happy about the issue you spoke about, the rape. That one shows there's some good work you're doing in your department. But do you also follow up some of those things?
Yeah, we do follow, but at times also victims give us very big challenge, because if you are in such a scenario, the victim is unable to identify the culprit. So it becomes also very hard for us to see where to begin from. But we are appealing, our major appeal is that when you are moving out, move with people whom you know. That in case, and even tell your friend that tonight I'm going to Casablanca or I'm going to Hive with so and so. In case of anything, we have where to begin from.
One last question. I saw issues of our police officers at the gate mismanaging or mishandling during their checking. It's like they're abusing some people. And they will remind them, I am a married man. I think like our poem was there. Yeah, and so I don't know, will you help us address this issue before our security personnel, that maybe we need to be checked well, but maybe it should be done in a way that we are not abused?
First of all, I want to...
I saw a scarf, maybe before you proceed, yesterday of some lady at the main gate. I don't know what she had in her bag, but she really told that man, I have nothing bad in the bag. There is nothing here. She tried to open all places until the man insisted he wants to look in that particular zip. It was funny, it was coming to 8 because I was moving out. So I also gave him my bag. He opened twice and gave me, and I remember asking him, have you checked me well? Because I also have very many pockets. He looked at me and spoke some words sarcastically, and I kept quiet because I wanted to see what happens to that lady. But after some time, they allowed her to go. So I think for me, I saw a problem there, because we carry so many private things. Anything can happen to this lady, and she chooses to keep some things in the bag. True or false? So I think you should be our mediator. Well, checking, I don't know whether something small like what can be hidden in that small bag. Then I think let's also encourage the ladies to check the ladies, because yesterday it was a man checking a lady's bag, and it was sad. Thank you very much.
I'm so grateful for that. It's unfortunate that we have been inconvenienced by COVID, but we are trying to sort out these problems slowly by slowly. So general security means that the measures put in place to safeguard the area. So, and one of the measures can be checking, and that is, for us, we don't, in security language, we don't call it checking, it's access control management. So, in the course of managing the access control, we do check. So, and normally the checking, it is, if it is a man, is supposed to check men. If it is a female, it's supposed to check a female. But for female, it cuts across. You know, rights are not all rights to men. They only refer to what? To nini. But I'm appealing to people that for us in security, we don't take things light. We are in a terror of these terrorist attacks, and UCU is a target, basically because we have international students, we have whites here, and we are metropolitan. We have very many people from different.
Okay, but you promise the ladies will check the ladies. So
yeah, that is the standard. That is the standard. But at times, if it so happens,
yes,
we always address it in the shortest. For example, a woman might be alone at the access control, and she's a human being. She has gone for a short call, and she has left there a fellow man to sit in for her.
Yes.
And these students are entering. So
Okay.
we cannot tell that the students you wait until the lady comes back. It's except that maybe those ones who are at the at the gate don't explain.
And let's believe that in circumstances where she's not comfortable,
She will
let him wait for the
female to come.
I think it's good to tell her, stand there and wait. Someone will come and check
Two,
you.
even in that, at the gate, there is an office for the supervisor.
Yes.
So you can chip in for the supervisor to come and intervene.
Okay.
But it's a standard. A female student is supposed, or a female is supposed to be checked by a fellow female.
Thank you. That is good. So before we go to doctor, thank you very much for those good answers. How many of us have Manila papers? Just put up your hand if you're able to write your hashtag. Put up. You have a Manila paper. Could gift help me give those people t-shirts, their t-shirts. The others will get later. Why? The photographers need to take your what? Your hashtags, but you have to be in the uniform. So just politely go there, see gift, sign for your t-shirt, is it okay? And come back and sit, and you allow the photographers to do their work. The rest of us will get our t-shirts. They are all just there.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
I want to put up this appeal to the students.
Yes.
We have intelligence that UCU is among the targeted places, and the biggest weapon for terror attack is our eyes, our conscience. So we are appealing to that anything suspicious, or any person who is suspicious, please, for heaven's sake, report to the authorities for an immediate intervention.
There is something she has to say about security?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mine, actually, one is a question and another one is a humble request.
Okay.
Thank you for the incidents that you brought out. Personally, I've ever been harassed at the gate. I'm going to really request you, sir, to talk to the security people. We all have challenges. We leave home when we have challenges, actually. But when you reach your workplace, put your challenges aside. Sometimes the way they handle us is not really professional. Let me give you an example. The day I was really treated badly, and the other two people behind me, they were totally worse. Badly dressed. But for some reason, I don't know, maybe my face or my nose didn't look so good for the gentleman. In fact, it had to take a lecturer who knew me to just hold my hand and tell me, Doreen, it's okay, you do what? You go. For some reason, I was like, did this guy have a bad night? So please help us and talk to those people. They really handle us in a bad way, and let them be fair when they are handling their work. Now, number two, since you're a security representative, I think police, to be specific, some of us who have been violated or who are victims, we fear coming to police, because even when we come to police, especially when your attacker or violator is in a big office, when you tell the police your case, trust me, that is the end of it. So how can you help us? Is there a helpline? Is there someone who can really help victims of sexual violence or rape? that have gone to police several times and they can't be helped. Thank you.
Mine is actually a recommendation. So I think since you are head of security and investigations, so this is from the students, especially the females. I think you should talk to your people. Maybe you could carry out a sensitization program with them on ways how they approach the girls at the gates. Some of them are harassed through the words they say about their bodies, because you are not going to tell a certain girl to maybe dress up to here because she has a big bum or she was, naturally endowed like that. So I think you should talk to your team about how they approach these people, how they talk to them, and the words they say to them. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm assuring you that the issue of how ladies are handled at the gate, we are going to sort it out. You should also appreciate that since the security now is outsourced, we always talk to them, sensitize them, but they keep on changing them. And at times we don't have control over that. But on every Mondays and Thursdays, on parade, we always talk to them and even teach them how to handle students. Most of them, they have not been oriented. You always on how to handle students. You always see new faces. Then secondly, if you go to police and you are not helped, at police there is always an OC station.
Yes.
There's always an understanding person. You go to the OC station. If you feel that the OC station has not helped you, there is a district police commander or a division police commander. You go and explain your problem to that person.
Okay.
If you feel, so they are all levels.
Okay.
Then also to that, here at the university, if you are not helped at police, you people, there is a uniport there. There are two uniports. I think there are only two uniports there. I normally sit there if I'm not at police.
In between, is it M and K block, you slope down? Yeah,
so,
towards Save the Mothers.
I normally sit there if I'm not at police. So if you come to me, I'll be able to liaise with you with police properly and your issue is sorted out.
Okay. Finally, is your office a corrupt-free zone and our police station at UCU?
Our services are free because
the
we
issue
are
is
well
not about
facilitated.
your services. Like those who can find or buy their way out of a case. Like she said, someone is superior. Do you have justice for all?
You see, justice always lies in the hands of a beholder.
Yes.
The one who has been arrested will plead that it is right to be bonded or bailed.
Yes, please.
Then also the one who is reporting saying it is right to be what? To report.
Yes.
So it's the way how the issue is being handled.
Yes, please.
So we are there to observe the rights of everyone.
Thank you.
So you have a right to report and the other one also have a right to be heard.
To be heard.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's clap for him. That was good about security. The people getting t-shirts, put them on very quickly. We need a photo shoot of your hashtag. Is it okay? Just excuse yourself. Behind there are places of convenience. You can still dress up from there and look very smart. And please come back with your smile. Don't leave it there. We are now going to the Director Medical Services as we come towards the end of our dialogue today. So bear with us. We said we would be late by an hour because of we started late, but we are towards the end of our dialogue. I think in the next 20 or 15 minutes we shall be done. Could you kindly give us your remarks in relation to the keynote address and maybe your views, and as students have given, maybe in the next 5 minutes uninterrupted, then maybe we shall engage you also with some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the moderator, this afternoon. I would like to appreciate all the participants in this dialogue. Because that's what a university is supposed to be. A university is a place of universal knowledge. That's where the word university comes from. And free expression of people's opinion. It reminds me of our times in the 80s where we used to have a lot of these dialogues. But that spirit has been going down. So it's good that UONET has created this atmosphere where people can express themselves about a very pertinent and sensitive topic of sexual and gender-based violence. There was a slide that was here before this program was screened, that sexual and gender-based violence, that we need to raise our voices about this silent vice of sexual and gender-based violence. I would like to greatly appreciate our sister Gloria, I don't know whether she's still around, for her courage to share her experience. And that clearly shows you that the vice exists, but there's a lot of silence about it. And we need to raise our voices about it. And this can only come about if we get more information and knowledge that it is actually taking place in so many spheres, as other people shared with us, right from our places of study, work, worship, and even our very homes. I would also like to appreciate our sister Anna for giving us such a very elaborate presentation and expose of the subject of sexual and gender-based violence. You may realize that sometimes we confuse sex and gender, even when people are filling in forms. I think this is something we need to get very clear, that sex is biological, and it is determined, as she told us, at birth, whether somebody has a female sex or male sex. It's biological and physiological, the way people grow up and the way their bodies behave. Now, gender is the social aspect of how people conduct themselves, their attitudes, their behaviors, as far as people's sex is concerned. And that brings us to the debate that we have been having here about about the dress code. And then today I've also been a student of quite a number of terminologies. For the first time I'm hearing about body shaming. It is a very strong terminology and practice, which is very unfortunate and very demeaning. I qualify to be a senior citizen, and you know what that means by age. But I'm also a parent, and my children, especially my daughters, have told me they have been victims of that body shaming at our points of entry, at the gate, as people have been complaining. And people have been talking of using the term gentleman. Not every man is a gentleman. So I think we need to use it cautiously. I would also like to appreciate one of our sisters, Doreen, I think, who premised her discussion on the Bible. And I would imagine, I've not read the Quran, but similar values, spiritual values may be expressed or must be expressed in the same book. So let us go back to our Christian values and appreciate them. That's why I always encourage students to attend community worship and our Sunday services, or any opportunity to be referenced back to the scriptures. And one of the scriptures in 1 Corinthians 10:13 talks about temptation. That no temptation will come your way that is strange to man. We can paraphrase it as human being. But even when you are tempted, God is faithful and he will give you a way out so that you stand up under that temptation. So it is in a way related to the gift of the Holy Spirit in Galatians. And one of them is self-control. We need to exercise self-control and be above it. That these temptations are not strange. They have happened, and they happen everywhere. So let us go back to the value, the Christian values we have. It is true that many people abuse power, and power is the capacity to make decisions. And it is very unfortunate that it is within people's attitudes and mental construct that they can abuse power to have, or abuse power in order to have their selfish interests satisfied. And this has nothing to do with so much with people's sex and race. As somebody was saying that the white people, if there's anything like white, are above it as compared to Africans. It's not true. If you look for information, yesterday I was going through trying to learn more about this topic of sex and gender-based violence. There's a lot of information. And even the Caucasians or people of the different race are not in any way different. But power is abused where people think they can take advantage of others. And I've also seen cases where the females have tried to take advantage of young men using their power at places of work and so on. So we should be quite conscious of that. Once again, the topic of dress code came up, and it goes back to self-control. That men can be above it and exercise self-control, where our sisters can also look at their values and be, in a way, decently dressed, as Doreen put it, not necessarily for the sake of their male counterparts, but for the sake of the king of this of the kingdom that we subscribe to, and that is our Creator God. So choosing morality, as somebody said, is of great importance. Now, I would imagine that I was invited to this dialogue because most people think that health services would be an area to confirm that actually a physical act of sexual abuse has taken place. But it so happens that most of the time acts of sexual harassment and abuse are so traumatizing that it takes victims some time before they think of reporting. And when that happens, that time lapse causes loss of biological evidence that can help to convict a culprit. So, running to the, of course, usually the reporting first has to be with the law, and from the law to the medical services. So people should know by such dialogue and knowledge seeking to know their rights, to know that it is important to report in a timely manner, so that, if possible, this evidence can be collected and adduced. Unfortunately, not many of our health services have the capacity to actually properly collect this evidence that can actually be adduced in courts of law to convict a victim. Because most of our health facilities which are accessible to people have a very low capacity of practice, and therefore they could not, they may not be able to collect this evidence. So it is very important that people have knowledge, people know their rights, and they are ready to stand for them the way Gloria did, and that they are able to use or approach the services of law and order to seek redress. I think I would like to stop there, and if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Medical Services. You see you. But meanwhile, if you're in your t-shirt, just carry your manila like this. Your hashtag, the camera people are here to take the picture. A very nice picture. So, and those who have their questions, I want like 4 people here. Gender, let's be gender. Thank you. 4 questions to the Director of Medical Services. Meanwhile, the cameraman, I know there is a lot of work, but we need those hashtags because they are going to be also tweeted. Yeah, hoping it's a good message. Yeah, so if you're ready, you just put up your hand. This cameraman will see, like that one is ready. So your question? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. We thank God that Uganda Christian University is a Christian university with a lot of
and you remind us of your names again. It's very important.
Yes, my name is Ahebwa Ketra.
Yes.
We thank God that we have reverends, we have para-counseling and stuff like that. But we've had a challenge, and that challenge is about counseling. That at the end of the day, if you went to someone, like those big people that are meant to counsel you, the reverends, the chaplaincy's office, the para-counseling, before you know it, the issues that you discussed with this person are the same issues that the person is preaching about. And I mean, the congregation, of course, people don't know what is going on, but at the end of the day, you're talking to me. I mean, I talk to you in private, but now you're coming, bringing my issues on board. So I feel like they need to be trained on how to keep our secrets that we tell them. It really hurts us. I mean, I give you my jazz, you come here and you jazz everyone.
Confidentiality.
So surely
they don't keep
it's not
them.
right. They do not have privacy, the other side.
Okay.
We're really suffering.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Another question. Thank you. Your issues become someone's. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My name is Atolere Denise, a 4th year law student. My issue, actually, it's about a clinic, Alan Galpin. So I hope these are nurses that are trained. So sometimes I think they also participate more on harassing the patients, the students. I have a friend of mine who came to Alan Galpin. She was sick. So apparently she had an infection. So when she her stomach, then this nurse shouts, and then she goes, "Now you're pregnant, you've been sleeping around with men, now see what has happened." You understand, this girl has come, she needs help, she's sick. She comes to the conclusion that she is pregnant. she went sleeping around. So I do not know whether, in case I was raped, I have the courage to come to this nurse that now I was raped and I need your help. So they really do much to tarnish our confidence. Another thing, just like how Ketra has said it, now most of these staff guys do not use the information on the altar. Rather, they use it in classes with their friends. You know how most of them want to make friends with their students.
Yeah.
So they want to use the information of another student to make friends with another, so that the other one will feel okay to open up to them. Because you've told me so and so is like this, she had this challenge, we helped her, but in the normal sense you did not help. But you're just using it to your advantage. Thank you.
Okay, so professionalism, doctor, is lacking up there. Yes.
Thank you very much. The name is still Edwin. For me, I think it's more of a question with a suggestion.
Okay.
Has the university thought about, because when we are coming to academics, law school, business, everywhere, you actually take a course in like introduction to Bible, you take whatever, and when the institution says it's a center of excellence in the heart of Africa, I think the excellence should also be modeling and shaping a gentleman and not just a boy. So have we thought about introducing more engaging courses about these particular things, because they affect the world in a very bad place? They're increasing. Don't you think the university has relaxed? Because you're talking about counseling, but then what about those boys that have never been told that even catcalling is going to be a bad vice? Thank you.
Okay, are those in t-shirts and your Manila? Where are you? I don't see. Can we put them up? Put your Manila placards up. I don't see the cameramen. We had so many, I now see one. Where are the others? We need those pictures. They are here, they are here. So please feel free and avail a very nice smile. So, yes, please, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm by the names of Kayagarita again. So my question goes to the doctor. Like, if I have a friend, like, let us say like a scenario, like either a male friend or like a female friend has been maybe harassed. So now, like, as me myself, this person like fails to go like to the authorities responsible to help out, and this person like after being like harassed helps him or herself, comes to me direct. So according to me, like regards like in terms of like treatment, how can I handle this person living like I say like things of like counseling and whatsoever, but like mentally this person like can be like either like mentally maybe perturbed, maybe she cannot understand anything. So like if this person like first go either to a police direct and like just comes to me, you know, like she can be confused or he can be confused after that harassment, how can I help this person as early as possible? Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman, you are the last.
Yes.
Your submission.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mutebe Richard. I'm a pharmacist by profession and training, but now a student of finance and accounting. Since this is a dialogue, I would like to make a submission that maybe might inform how we approach this issue. First of all, every gentleman is a son, a brother, and maybe a potential father, which means that in all ways, every gentleman is connected to a lady. And the reason why there are few gentlemen here is because when we approach this conversation, we approach it from a dynamic of intersexual combat. Like, if gentlemen were to be in this place, they have this perception that they're the ones who are going to be convicted. You know, when you're talking about this violence, you're pointing fingers at gentlemen, which is wrong because we also have ladies in our lives. If my mom was sexually assaulted, it's going to affect me, if my sister, or if my daughter, if I had one. And the reason for that is that in society we have dysfunctional men. Not every man is a functional man. Not every man was raised by a functional father. Not every man has a functional masculine mental model. And so society has to be educated that the world is now a sexual marketplace, and we're talking about sexual violence. The difference between a sexual marketplace is not like a supermarket. Everywhere is a sexual marketplace. You find someone who is judging you according to your sexual market value. You get? In the classroom, there are people who are looking for mates, sexual mates. In church, anywhere, the sexual marketplace is everywhere. And because the sexual marketplace has no borders and boundaries, you have to educate yourself and understand that in that sexual marketplace which has no borders and boundaries.
Yes, in summary.
There are people who are predatory in nature, okay?
Yeah.
And I pray that society never gets to a point where we divorce authority from responsibility.
That's
I had the
true.
ladies saying that they feel like they can dress the way they want, but there are consequences to that because the sexual marketplace has no borders, okay?
Yeah.
So as I conclude, I want to say that let there be a mindset change. Girls, talk to your brothers because some of your brothers are younger than you. Gentlemen, the change starts with us, okay? And then young men have to be educated with healthy dating and relationship skills.
Okay.
Sexual violence is the last resort, the last sexual mating strategy. I believe by the time a man rapes you, all other strategies of access to you have failed, right?
Yeah.
And that comes from a place of lack of knowledge. So let us have deep conversations about how to relate men and women in society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a recommendation here, and then, Doctor, you react as we conclude. So you'll also give your final remarks way from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And speaking from a realist point of view, I think some of these issues that we experience are things we have ignored. Maybe it is we rank Uganda Christian University as a Christian university, and we forget some of these things take place. So my recommendation is that as you go back to maybe that place, we request for programs like sexual reproductive health rights, because some of these things would be embedded in, those programs. So I think that is a recommendation that you should take on. If we do not want to ignore these aspects of life because we rank Uganda Christian University as a Christian university, and these things, they do not exist. They exist, they happen, people are facing these things, and they need to be helped. Thank you so much.
And also, Doctor, we have the Health Awareness Week. Would it be offensive if we dedicated one of those weeks towards such a nice cause? Thank you very much. Because I know Uganda Women's Network is there, and some agencies would support this activity. Thank you very much. And there's one recommendation, a very quick one, 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you. My recommendation, and this is coming from a student leader's perspective. I request that we normalize having these conversations, spaces that allow these conversations flourish. I own one of those spaces called Azania, where on top of having poetry and music, we allow people speak freely about these things, But every space in UCU shoves the word into you. It's like everything. It should be about the word. The word of God is important, and our Christianity is our lifestyle. But allow the space not to be limited to the word, Let the space allow people to speak freely.
Thank you very much, but you forgot your names for purposes of...
Yes, I am Mugisha Gavin, fourth-year law student, Deputy Attorney General of the 23rd Guild Government.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Doctor, the space is yours to respond.
Thank you very much, moderator, and all the participants. I think there are a number of questions and concerns that have been raised. I've noted about 7. And I'll try to quickly go through them because I think people may be hungry. One thing I would like to point out is that some of these debates need inclusivity. We need to bring as many stakeholders on board so that they also appreciate the importance and weight members of this community put on these topics and find a way. Because one thing I note, there is no representative of chaplains here. I don't know whether you invited them. And also, I think the DOSA was invited, but she couldn't make it. But also, top leadership need to be part of this to grace these debates so that they give it the importance it deserves. one thing that was brought up was about confidentiality, especially of the counseling services. I also realize we do not have somebody from counseling here, but I will pass on this message. Counseling is a professional practice, and confidentiality is very key, because that's the only way people can feel free to go back and share with them what is confidential. And I think when they are sharing examples of their experiences, at least they should not mention names. I think Karen is the one who brought it up, one of our sisters, Karen.
Yeah.
That they feel offended when they have shared with a counselor, and then either during worship hour or in class, somebody brings up this scenario. The scenario may be brought up as an example, but you do not mention the names of the culprits. It happens also in health. Somebody may present in a certain way, and when we are sharing with that case, we are anonymous. In medical practice, when knowledge is being shared, we talk of cases, case 1, case 2, and we do not mention names. It is when that individual or patient has to be present in a meeting to give a testimony, a medical testimony, that such people's consent is sought. And if they do not give that consent, then they do not appear physically, or and their names should never be mentioned. So that's how far confidentiality and professional practice should be. I would like to apologize on behalf of Alan Galpin or the health center staff that have been so insensitive and so prejudiced as to label their clients according to the way they present. That is very unprofessional. People should be received in a very compassionate manner, and they are listened to. I'm reading a book by somebody called Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence Others. It's a very good book. If anybody can spare their little resources, please buy that book and see how you can relate to human beings. Just as in justice, in legal justice, the same thing in health justice, an individual is presumed innocent, and in our place, and in health, you don't prove them guilty. They come to you for help, and they should be helped. And they should not be labeled by the conditions they present with or by. But one of the professional practices is that even at the time of being examined, these people should be given the opportunity that, for example, if I'm to examine a female patient or client, there should be another female health worker to be around, and the other way around. All for the sake of dignity and people's respect. And if an individual chooses not to be attended to by an individual, that is their right. Or even to submit information or to present for themselves for examination. That is their right, and they should be given an option out, but still helped out of their problem. There's a gentleman, the poet, who gave us a poem this morning. I didn't get his last comments, but he mentioned that the university is relaxed. I didn't understand what he meant by the university is relaxed.
just repeat it.
Yes.
My concern was we have when you come into Uganda Christian University, we get into studies, like we have courses that we take, which courses are, for example, Introduction to Bible. I don't suggest that we have the course for purposes of marks, but do we have a course? Do we have a course that maybe the attendance is partly required, yeah, not exactly grading, but partly required for your progress in school, where we talk, where we are taught about these things, where we are given, because I'll give an example. Last week, I think this week or last week, the law faculty tried to come and talk to us, year 4 students, and the dialogue was just what they want to tell us, 0 interactions, no comments. The person that tried to speak is behind there, was given 20 seconds to speak. Is that even valid? Can't we have courses where we can interact, where we get people to come and speak to us as a course unit? Maybe then the boys will learn what not to do and what to do. Because one thing I've realized, because I am a PR for Day One is a sexual violence organization headed by Judith Hard, and we have visited places and we find out these men do not even know what to do or what is wrong.
I think that's clear enough. So, Doctor, you could,
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it is clear. I will give feedback to academic affairs, DVC academic affairs, about not being talked to, but giving room for discussion. And it's very important. I think that's what I pointed out. That's what universities are about. It's not like the colleges and schools. Somebody talked about harassment and whether she can help. Yeah, certainly you can help, but you may be limited in your knowledge and skill. The best you can do is comfort your friend and then look for avenues where they can receive further help, like counseling services, medical services, and the legal services. So you can help, and that is important. There was a comment from a gentleman called, I think, if I got his name clearly, Mr. Mutebi.
Yes.
Who talked about it being a sexual marketplace, no borders, no boundaries. I think he was quite clear about what he shared, but he also talked about functionality, that not all men, all fathers are functional, and of course it goes back to our bringing right from childhood, the values that are in families, and he said that change starts with us. We need a deep conversation. I think Mr. Mtebe has very valid points. And I will quote you to one of the scriptures once again. I can't remember what it is. But it guides us on how we deal with different people. That men, we can deal with women who are older than us as our mothers, those who are of our age or younger as sisters. If somebody knows that scripture, it is very interesting. All in honor of our creation. Sexual and reproductive health rights programs are recommended, and that we shouldn't take it for granted that, I think from our sister, that because we're a Christian university, all is serene. That is not true, as the investigator told us, about how, because I would imagine everybody at the university is an adult. Men go around purposely targeting to rape new students in the university. That is outrageous. It's very unfortunate. And these people need a bit of education, a bit of teaching them how to socialize, apart from punitive measures being taken against them.
Okay.
I think many people are ignorant about how they should be relating to the opposite sex. Recommendation from Mr. Mujisha Gavin, if those are his correct names, about spaces where conversations should take place. That should be encouraged. Conversations, I mean, there should be spaces where conversations should take place and not only limited to the word.
Okay.
That's what universities are supposed to be. There should be more of these dialogues, more of debates, and not just campaigns and shouting around. We should be mature people. We should be debating issues that concern us. Let them be social, academic, political, and so on. Nobody should be gagged. The university, you are very few privileged people out of a multitude of 44 or 46 million who have this opportunity of being here, and everybody and society is looking upon you to be guides, to offer guidance to the rest of society. So, and that can only come about if you freely debate in a mature manner where people freely air out their
I
opinions.
think we would clap for that because I know our views will be represented well, right? Yes.
And Mr. Moderator, yes, sexual reproductive health can be a good topic for Health Awareness Week.
Yes, please.
Let's work together
Okay.
and see how we can have it as a debate
Okay.
to enrich what has started.
I think we'd
Thank
also
you so
clap
much.
for that because they are giving us the space, right? They are giving us the space. So as they give their closing remarks in only 30 seconds, we are going to have what we call a Twitter campaign. This time we shall tweet. We shall what? Tweet come Monday. I think someone from Uganda Women's Network will give us some more information about that, right? Yes, and we shall need many of us as you see you to participate because there is also that space online. They will give us the details. But now in 30 seconds, Guild President, could you please summarize? Yes, please.
Just before the Guild President makes closing remarks, I wouldn't want to talk after him. I just want to raise your awareness about COVID-19, the need to vaccinate, the need to observe SOPs. For those who are following the trends, there is a new variant that has been come across in Botswana, B1.1529, and it is very virulent. So please urge your colleagues to get vaccinated and to observe SOPs. And as many people, not only your colleagues, but in society, that together we can fight and overcome COVID. Thank you so much.
Yes, our Guild President, your closing remarks in some 20 or 30 seconds.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Maybe what I can say is that one of the values that I've lived with as Amponda, they're the words of one of the most famous leader whom I admire most, by the name of Mahatma Gandhi, who once said that the biggest tragedy is when society runs away from reality, to the extent that by the time reality hits, the society will be already gone. Allow me to introduce the members of the Guild government. If you're a Guild member, please stand up.
Yeah, Guild government. There they are. Oh, we have a big team.
Please welcome these gentlemen because they have worked so hard. That is Donald Sharp. He's the Minister for Welfare on the 23rd Guild government. Musa is the Minister for Finance on the 23rd. Then there's the Deputy Attorney General, the most eloquent man. And we have also Masaka's Goat. On Twitter, if you see someone called Masaka's Goat, that's the man. It's called Joel. We also have Kansime Moses, who serves on the Guild Tribunal. We as well have Mercy. She's the MP from School of Nursing. We have Chiganda Joshua, Yatu, also known as Yatu, who works with KTV. He serves as the Minister of Information as well as the Member of Parliament from Mascom. We as well have the Justice on the Guild Tribunal, who is also the moderator of the day. So those are the members we are working with. Thank you so much to the students' body. And I also take this opportunity to appreciate the students' body for giving me a chance to serve as your guild president. I know, sincerely speaking, I don't take it for granted. From Kabale, now I'm the guild president, you see you. And most importantly, also the fact that we managed to scoop the UNSA position as the speaker. So now I'm the speaker of the 15 million students in Uganda. And I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, to our security agency and representative in some 20 or 15 seconds, kindly summarize.
Thank you very much. I would appeal to the student fraternity that every violence is criminal, and if it so happens to you, please report to the authorities such that you can be helped. Two, I'm appealing to you to be conscious. UCU is a target for terror threats. Anything suspicious, please report to the authorities such that it can be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we give them a very big hand clap? And thank you for giving us your time. Someone here says, on behalf of confidentiality for what Ketra said, on what Doctor has said, I would like to add by telling my sister that you may go in church and find that it's what the Holy Spirit has told that pastor to speak about. And so it doesn't mean that he or she is talking about you. And also the pastor may have shared what he's sharing with someone else, and you find you have the same problem with that person who shared with the pastor. So please do not quote it wrongly that he or she is against you. This one is Ordinand Kakai Harriet, professional counselor, student of theology, second year. That was nice. When the Holy Spirit comes, let issues come what? Out, but also like they said, you can say case A or case B, isn't it? Now we are going to welcome, we are gender sensitive. Before Uonet gives us the closing remarks, in only 2 minutes or 3, I'm going to welcome my brother Cedric. Where are you? Let's clap for him. He also has a testimony. I made him last because I don't want our other gender to think they only abuse what? Them. We are also struggling. So my brother, in 2 minutes, just summarize, because this is what we need to hear as the UNET team prepares to come and give us their closing remarks. Thank you very much. Did we clap for Cedric? It is not easy to come out and talk about these things. Thank you very much. Hoping the 2 minutes will be enough. Can I stand near you such that I support you from here? Thank you.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon. Yes, so first of all, I stand here in solidarity with my sister Gloria. Secondly, I am also going to disappoint all of you because I'm not here to make, what do they call it again? I'm not here to, yes, a testimony, yes. I am not a victim of sexually gender-based violence. However, I feel there are 2 or 3 issues that we have all missed out on. And first of all, what I'm going to say might really hit deep, and hopefully you all take it into consideration. So, the Uganda Women's Network, I thank you so much for doing a very good job. However, I feel that also our parents need to be here so that they listen to these. Because if you look at each of us here, we are all a product of our parents and what they have taught us. The only reason as to why there is a lot of sexually gender-based violence is because the gentlemen do not know how to handle themselves, or because their parents are not able to tell them how to behave. If you see, that only happens with a girl child. If the parents did a very good job with a boy child, because honestly speaking, if you are keen to see, the parents only look at the girl child and they tell them how to behave, however they ignore the boys, and the boys tend to do whatever they want. Gloria gave a remark that the men who sexually assaulted her were older men, old enough to be their parents. So if their parents are doing that, what do you think the children are going to behave, or how they're going to behave? So basically, it also comes down to the parents, and I feel that they need to be here, first of all. Secondly, I pose a question to Uganda Women's Network. We have had a lot of spaces concerning sexually gender-based violence. We have talked, and we have talked. However, do you think that whatever we are doing is actually going to change the situation that is happening? Because all we are going to do is talking. Even Gloria said it herself, even the laws that we have do not seem to make sense at all. Personally, I think they do not make sense. Because we have laws and we have different organizations, but still the same problem is going to happen. So for that matter, I don't know whether the executive or someone here for Uganda Women's Network.
They are all available.
They're all available, yes. So I would like to know from your own personal view, do you think that this organization has done enough? Or do you think that the various organizations have done enough? Because the organization is here, however, there is still a girl who is being sexually abused, and there is still that girl who is going to be called different names out on the streets. Do you still feel that this organization is relevant?
Okay.
Yes, that's all I wanted to.
Let's clap for him. That was good. That is so good. I think they will react to the questions as they come. Those are also questions. Oh my God, but time has gone. I think I'll read this as we do other things. Our time is fast spent. In Uganda, they say super akolachi awola. I think our lunch is even very ready. So without wasting time, I'm going to welcome a representative from Uganda Women's Network to come and conclude or close for us this session. Can we clap for them as they come? Because there are so many questions. Then also let them tell us if they'll be able to support us in one of our health awareness weeks to give us an event that we can also be able to ably represent this issue of gender-based sexual violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Derek, and the audience at large. I want to first thank you, people, for keeping your time. We first apologize for keeping you here till now. And then also to thank our panelists for your formative speeches. Thank you for giving us nice recommendations and also the referral pathways. ONET really appreciates your time and your participation in such spaces. To answer the questions, I will start with the last speaker who just asked that, is ONET really doing enough to stop whatever is happening? I may not really say that we are doing real enough, because we cannot cover the whole world or the whole country. Even government itself cannot do that. But as ONET, I want to assure you that we are trying our level best together with our partners, together with our members. If I also gave a chance to Anna Samla, and she tells us what CEDOVIP does, we are really doing great work. We have seen successes. We have heard of success stories that have come out of our interventions. In 2019, we saw very great stories from Makerere University, where students were coming out to speak, because initially, people were not going to speak. People were so quiet, mostly the girls. You're sexually harassed, but you cannot say, you cannot speak out, you cannot report to any referral pathway. But we've seen now girls coming out to speak. We have seen girls coming out to report. Even now, gentlemen go and report. The only thing that is still lacking is the evidence. Because by the time you go to police or to the hospital to report your case, you must be having evidence. And then how do we record that evidence? That is the only challenge we are still having. One person was concerned about having males and females in the house. Like my colleague answered, UNET is a women's rights organization, but we target 70% women and 30% men because we need to believe and accept that we cannot move without the men. We need the men to support us in whatever we are doing. So as you see here, the men and the women really, and perhaps the percentage is 50-50. Derek talked about the Twitter chat. We are having these dialogues in 3 universities, and so we are going to extend this conversation on Twitter. So whoever has no Twitter account, please do create one. The Twitter chat is going to happen maybe in a one week time from now. Derek is going to give you more information about it, but basically it is just an extension of this dialogue we've had here. Yeah. If I'm to talk about the recommendations from you people, actually the doctor really summarized all of them. And what I need to emphasize more is about the spaces. Indeed, we are going to have more spaces, and we've always had spaces for us to dialogue about certain issues, and these are the issues we are talking about. And then we need this conversation to really flourish, like one of our colleagues said. UNET is here for you people. We may really participate in the Health Awareness Week because this very project is around sexual, gender-based violence. But also I want to admit that Uganda Women's Network, the sexual reproductive programs have not really been part of our core values, but we are picking it up, and this project is just a pilot project, and we hope for an extension after 1.5 years. It is so unfortunate that when you go for counseling, and then that person who has counseled you comes again in public and starts mentioning your names and your stories. It is very unfortunate. But like we've said here, we need to really sensitize these people we speak to. They need to know, they need to handle our information very well in privacy, because by the time you really make it up to yourself and you say, let me go and tell this person my story, that person should be able to keep it really. It is so unfortunate, but indeed we need to train them, the police, the hospital attendants, all those. They need to learn what confidentiality means. The mindset change, we really had a hot conversation here about dress code. I wouldn't want us to go back there because, again, fire would come up. But the mindset change, really, it is what we need to do, because really we've seen also babies being raped, babies of 1 year, 2 years. And then used to attach dress code to that case. Women in Gomeses and all. I really don't want to go back there, but we need to, like one said, there is really no justification for tolerance, really, for violence. There is nothing like any justification. So we are really trying hard to change the mindset of people. It is very difficult, but the society really, it is still behind. It is so unfortunate when we say Uganda Christian University, we don't think these things happen, but indeed they do happen. So, because we chose UCU as a Christian university, and that's why we are here, because we believe there are certain things that are hidden in the university that we do not know. So as UNET, we thank you, but also we promise to provide such spaces, mostly these days of 16 days of activism. We are going to have Twitter chats, we are going to have Zoom links, Zoom participation engagements around 16 days of activism. My ED is so much passionate about helping young people. And so really, we advise you to speak out and spread the gospel anyway. You have to be our ambassadors and share what you've learned from here. I want to end by saying that I am so thankful, UONET at large is so thankful for your time and for allowing us to come to your university. Please trust us with anything, with everything. We have our lunch prepared ready, and then we have our shirts, and then Derek is going to give us our transport refund. It is really modest, but please appreciate it. And I think I can stop from here. Thank you so much.
Okay, very big hand clap. That is my boss today. When she has spoken, we have finished. Now, please, when we start calling for people who want to participate in the Twitter chat, please make sure you register. Is it okay? It is very important. This time it will be wherever you will be as long as you have data. Then I know there is going to be a data refund to every person who is going to participate, and there will be a t-shirt. We are making so many. Is it okay? So when that time comes, please, please, please be available. Then another thing to Uganda Women's Network, we recommend another training for students facilitators. Most of them have graduated. Some of us were back because they called us for another program. So maybe we need to also address it.
Okay, maybe to tell you good news, we are having a project soon that is going to commence soon. So training of peer trainers is part of the activities we are going to do.
So consider yourself one. Is it okay? Your CV counts. There is no school of experience, but they look at this many things you've done during your time at university. Is it okay? So when that time comes, please don't hesitate. I will say, this is what we are going to do. From here, you will go to that desk. There is someone called Nicole and Musa. Can you put up your hand, please? They are there. Just put up. They need to see where you are. Those are the people responsible for your transport refund. But make sure you sign and you have your coupon. Is it okay? Because the target was 100 students. So hoping you are among the number. Then, after his table, come for your t-shirt. There is someone. Where are the people? Gift, put up your hands. And who? Those people are in charge of t-shirts. Pick your t-shirt. Where is Paul? Paul. Where is Paul? I don't see Paul. Okay. Paul will be at the meal table. Make sure you leave Paul with your coupon before you get your food, because he will not give your coupon back to you. But before we do that, don't keep our Manila papers. I'm seeing someone folding it very well. We are going for a photo shoot. So please, as we do the registration, our transport refund, can we all stand up and go through? We are going to take one photo up here with our panelists. Then we shall take another good one with our UCU placard there. But before we do that, let's just pray for our meal. Father, we thank you for taking us through this day, and that, Father, this dialogue has been completed. Thank you for beginning with us and ending with us. Even for the meal that is before us, we pray you bless and sanctify it. As we partake it, we still get the strength to serve you. And Father, grant us good journey mercies for those who will be traveling, for in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. God bless you. Thank you very much. Some musical interlude as we... So pictures come this way. There are those already with the shirts. You want 2, 3 of you. Please, these cameramen are here to serve you. Make sure we have some good pictures. But let's start from up here. Could we please come? Please come. Those with your t-shirts and placards in front here.